Hey guys, it's Courtney from Cosmic Clarity Astrology, and today we're going to be talking about Jupiter in Gemini as a transit for each of the signs. I wanted to do something a bit different and make this a tarot spread because I think how this can manifest for each person individually will have a little bit more nuance when we have the story of some cards laying in front of us. We will, of course, be talking about the astrology, but on top of that, we will also be discussing the tarot spread. So let's go ahead and get started. This is just the overview right now. If you guys like this, make sure that you subscribe to my channel and to my email list, which I will link in the description box down below. Okay, so Jupiter and Gemini. First of all, Jupiter stays in a sign for about a year, and it's going to move into Gemini on May 25th, 2024, and be there until June 9th of 2025. The thing with this is that Jupiter is going to be going retrograde. Every planet, not every planet, but typically most planets will move retrograde at some point. And that is going to happen from October 9th at 21 degrees of Gemini. Jupiter is basically going to stop and turn around and go all the way back to 11 degrees of Gemini until February 4th, 2025. So I'm going to kind of break up this reading when we get to the signs into 3 stages. The first stage is when Jupiter is immediately direct, then retrograde, and then direct again. Because I kind of see it like a lesson where you are learning the material for the first time, and then you are reviewing it, and then you are applying what you've learned and putting it to the test. So that is why I'm going to break that into 3 parts. And I'll also make sure to pull an outcome card just so that we can have a sense of what you're really getting out of Jupiter and Gemini for you as a sign. Make sure that you watch for your rising and sun sign. And if you also want to, if you have any planets in in Gemini, you can also watch the Gemini one as well. So let's talk about what this could mean. The very first card that I pulled was this Mountain card. So this could signify that many of us are going to go on adventures. Gemini is a very curious type of energy. I'm a Gemini, so I feel like I understand this sign very well. My South Node is also in Gemini, so it's like I have a very pure Gemini energy, a little bit too much. And I think with Geminis, they're always curious about the next horizon, what's around that corner. They have kind of this nature. Both Gemini and Sagittarius share this adventurous nature where they are interested in what is different or foreign. A little bit more Sagittarius tends to be interested in foreign, but even Gemini does too. And so I think many people will start to travel again. I think especially when it comes to maybe your state, I think that individuals are going to be much more likely to be taking trips within the country from state to state. Obviously, I'm speaking from a U.S. vantage point, but you know where you live, just kind of shorter trips. I feel like this Mountain card is also speaking to just adventures in general. So maybe people trying stuff they haven't tried, and that could be in terms of any area of life where you have some kind of lofty goal or some business goal, for example, if you have a business, or a relationship goal, or you're wanting to reach some new height, essentially. I feel like a lot of people are going to be willing to adapt and try new things and experiment in order to climb some loftier goal that we likely have set forth when Jupiter was in Taurus this past year. Jupiter in Taurus is all about grounding down into something, being practical, being real, enjoying a little bit more of the journey in the present moment. It's a lot slower of a pace, but it's quite consistent, and it can get a little stuck in its ways. So I feel like many of us have planted a seed essentially of some kind of big goal or something that we're quite interested in working towards in this next decade or whatever. And I think that many of us, if that's the case, might have found that we did run up against a little bit of by the time Jupiter switches into Gemini, a little bit of like the redundancy of Taurus energy where it wants to keep trying the same things over and over. And so I feel like when Jupiter moves into Gemini, it's not only have we planted the seed and we've created these structures and a routine and a consistency, and we're showing up in some way for that thing, but on top of that, when it shifts into Gemini, we're finally able to add in the necessary spices. And that could look like shaking up your schedule or trying a different approach, because you've already learned the art of consistency and dedication, and again, planting the seeds that are very important. So doing the actual work that's very important. When it gets into Gemini, it's trying to kind of shake up a little bit the soil to get a little bit of fresh air in there, essentially. And I think that many of us are going to feel like it's an adventure. And some of us who have a lot of fixed energy in the chart, so, people, also earth signs as well, but, especially Taurus or Leo, Aquarius, Scorpio, they might find that if they don't have Gemini in their chart, that Jupiter in Gemini is a little bit more uncomfortable for those people, just because Gemini tends to be so adaptable and kind of so all over the place that, we don't even know we don't even know like what's going to happen. And that I think is something concerning for people who enjoy consistency. So some people are going to thrive with this. Immutable signs like Sagittarius, obviously Gemini, Pisces, Virgo, they're going to tend to have a little bit of an easier time and make more of the most out of this. When we noticed that during the pandemic, we had the North Node in Gemini, there was a outcropping or a start of a lot of new podcasts. And I think that there's something to be said for that could reoccur this year when Jupiter moves into Gemini. People who have had dreams of writing a book or starting a podcast or sharing some sort of message, I think are going to be doing that. Definitely. One of the things that is helpful about Gemini is, again, the ability to ask questions. And so I feel like more of us are going to be learning lessons around asking more questions and not making as many assumptions about what we think we know. And that's kind of related to this past card. I feel like there's a detachment a little bit here from the past. Like we can't just continue to do things the same way that it's been done. For example, in business, you can't keep trying to market the exact same way, because with social media and with things changing in the world, the approach changes. People's consciousness changes. What people need changes to some degree. And so the way that you have to approach promoting yourself has to adapt to the times. And so I think that there's some level of needing to let go of the past and ask questions, kind of come with this beginner mindset of how we can approach this mountain in our lives, or this thing that we are seeking to climb. One of my fears with Gemini energy is with this mask card, I feel like, I don't know, the thing with Gemini is its dual nature, and you can really see that in this card. It has two sides. It's got this dark side and then this really light and playful side. And this is how I feel about Gemini, that I wouldn't say that they're like liars, and I'm a Gemini, so I'm not saying that about myself, but I do think that they can be really good. Sorry, I'm just like adjusting my seat. I think that they can be just very social. And I think a lot of us are going to notice that we become maybe more extroverted. We come out of our shell a little bit more, especially if you have natal Gemini planets. And I think that you'll meet a lot more people. That's why I think, traveling, communicating, all these things that connect people together are going to be on the rise, because Gemini is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is a planet of communication, and it was kind of like this androgynous planet or god that was basically moving between the heavens and the earth and communicating between the gods and the people on the earth. So there's something here about Mercury's energy where it already has a dual nature. It's both man and woman in a sense. It's both God and human in a sense. And It does like to connect everything together. And so again, I feel like that's a dual nature and a social nature that is inherent to Gemini. It wants to share information so that we can all grow and learn more as people. However, I also feel like sometimes when you excel socially, there can be like a mask that comes with that, like a performative quality or something that feels, like, how do I explain this? It's like, what you want people to hear, or how to make people like you, or how to perform in a situation to come out on top. And there's a sense of like disingenuine quality of wearing a mask or performing, like I'm saying, in a social setting. And I think we all do that, because if we're having a bad day and we go to the grocery store, we say we're fine or we're doing good. Like, very few people are very raw and honest about each and every experience. And I think that plays a role in society. And so I think that we're definitely going to be seeing the light and dark side of that. The light side being that people are connecting more. People might be open to more discourse, sharing more information with one another and curious and whatnot. And they might seem like things are easygoing or fun or playful. And that is going to be the case sometimes. But then there's a dark side of this where I feel that this energy can be quite deceptive or hide some of like how you really feel. Hide a deeper nature. Gemini tends to be in the mind, and it can detach from the body. It can detach from the depth of emotion that we tend to experience. So there is something here around that, where that is the danger of having excessive Gemini energy, or we might be aware of the polarity between the mask being an asset or an essential part of community, and then the dark side of that. We also have this vision card, and yeah, I'm curious what this says in the guidebook. Let me just look really quick. When I think of vision, I typically think of more Sagittarius, because vision tends to have the effect of being wide-reaching. And not that Gemini can't reach wide, but there is like a more immediacy to Gemini energy, like looking at what's in front of you and understanding how to work with the energy that's at hand. Whereas Sagittarius tends to like to bridge gaps and create philosophies based off of wider reaching, maybe even completely different types of fields. So it's said that we're each born with a unique vision, a destiny toward which we are aimed. It's also said that we forget that vision the moment we're born. And so we're sent on a lifelong journey of rediscovery. Such is the elusive nature of the vision. It slips away, and yet it guides us. It appears in strange dreams and surreal images, seemingly unattainable and preposterous. When we're connected to it, we carry an inspired, enchanted aliveness that others recognize. We trust the world and its synchronicities. We walk through doors into wondrous opportunities. We all want to be near those with vision. They emit energy more potent than any elixir. When we lose connection to the vision, life becomes dull, exhausting, and lacking meaning. Bring back mystery, bring back dreams. So I think that this is an amalgamation of the Sagittarius and Gemini energy, because Sagittarius has a purpose, a meaning, a why, the higher vision. And I feel like, and you can even see this here, the two sides in the car, the two owls. So there's the one side that's keeping the eyes up or on the horizon so that you're making sure that you're going in the right direction. But then, like when you're hiking, you want to look up and look around. You want to know that you're on the right path, and you want to see the mountains around you. But then you also want to look at your feet, because you don't want to trip on a rock. You don't want to stumble and fall. And so there is this kind of dual nature where I feel like this is really emphasizing that Jupiter in Gemini is also inherently going to reflect back on Sagittarius, since that's the sign opposite it. And so I think that we're going to have more clarity around our vision, because many of us could have felt really inspired with our vision, but that doesn't always mean that we know how to get there. Oftentimes with this Jupiter and Taurus, we can start to create some practical plans, but no one is better at working out logistics than Mercury ruled signs Gemini and Virgo. Maybe Capricorn is also equally good, but there's something, again, about Mercury being a communication-led planet, connecting different people and different information. And there's nothing better than that type of energy to have greater clarity around the exact next steps, or who to talk to, or when to plan something, or how something should be executed. The more kind of minutia and the details around the vision, I feel like that is going to come to a lot of people this year. So not only are people going to communicate more, but I think they're also going to have more openness to receiving different ways of doing things. And then I think that they're going to try to be experimental. And through that process, they're going to gain a lot of clarity on what works and what doesn't when pursuing this vision. And I definitely think clarity is a lot of what came to me when I pulled these two cards here, the selenite and the magnetite. The selenite card is a lot around like clearing our chakras or being a little bit more open. And so I think that that's generally what's going on right now. I think that a lot of us are going to be a lot more just like receptive and open to what other people have to say, experts, things like that. This card is about getting clear on our manifestations. So I think that a lot of these things are working together to say that this is a really powerful time for manifestation. One part about manifestation that I think is emphasized is going to be the aspect of journaling or speaking the words into existence. So casting spells with the words that you use, that's definitely something that I feel like is happening at the time of Jupiter and Gemini. And those who have Gemini planets, especially positive planets, are likely to find some type of manifestation occurring around that planet. So let's say you have Venus in Gemini, you might find that you are able to manifest your love life this year. Sun in Gemini, maybe you manifest some kind of career success this year. It also depends on your chart and those planets that are in Gemini, what houses they rule, because that's going to matter a lot with the area of life that's highlighted. So yeah, this is kind of the general message. There's honestly so much that I could say specifically about this, but in general, I feel like it's a time where we are meant to be curious and exploratory, adventurous, where we are gaining clarity through those experiences. And I think solidifying a lot of what we know through the retrograde by reflecting back on our beliefs and, you know, if our experiments are working or if they're not working. And then when it goes direct again, it's like, okay, now that we've revised this, now that we know exactly how this is going, we can start to see a lot more progress. And I think that in general, things are going to be moving quite quickly because Gemini is an air sign. It's a mutable air sign. So it's truly like the wind blowing through your hair. It's immediate and volatile. And so I think quite a lot could be changing in terms of the way that we connect with one another. I'd be curious to see how that affects countries and the relationship from country to country. But I think a lot of our relationships, our mindset, our way of speaking to each other, our clarity on our goals, our trips and travel, a lot of those areas are going to be very speedy, have rapid changes, sudden changes. And I feel like this is a time to hold on because 2024 and 2025, I think, is going to be just a wild ride. So there's, again, more I could say, but we're going to wrap that up there so we can go ahead and take a look at what this will look like for all of your rising and sun signs. You can find that in the description box down below, and I'll see you guys there. All right, first we have Aries rising and sun. So we're looking at what Jupiter is going to be doing for you guys for this next year, basically until June 2025. I have this set up. If you haven't watched the overview, definitely do that. But I have this set up into 3 stages: Jupiter direct, initially Jupiter retrograde, and Jupiter direct again. And I did mention those dates, which you can find in the overview and what that's all about. So let's go ahead and get started. So Jupiter is going to be transiting through your third house this next year. And the North Node is still in your sign. And I did roll the dice for the North Node here, as well as the first house. So I think that this is still a year where a lot of really big things are occurring with you personally. You might notice that you are committing to something with this Hierophant and Empress card here, where you have the opportunity to sign a contract, which is oftentimes, related to third, seventh house stuff. You might have an opportunity to start a business bank account. It feels like you are, again, committing to something in a traditional sense, to something that you feel like is going to provide you security, to something that you feel like is going to maybe improve your odds of something, like getting a formal education in something, or maybe you decide to, really work on with a nutritionist or, a therapist. It's like working on your body, working on your mind. Maybe you're wanting to get pregnant with this Temple and Mother card, but I'm definitely getting the sense that there's like a lot of groundwork being laid with all these cards present. The third house in general is the area that is ruling over our mindset of our travel and our busyness. So I definitely feel like you guys are going to be quite social this year and very, very busy. That might be a little bit overwhelming sometimes, and we'll talk about that in a second. But in general, I feel like you guys, with these cards here, the Hierophant and the Empress, are solidifying something really important. So this could be like a relationship, basically everything I just mentioned, taking a solid step forward with something. So that could be going to the next level in some kind of way. And that could be a big jump or a small jump. It kind of depends on your life context. But imagine some area of your life that you are already committed to right now, you formalizing your commitment to it in some way, like a marriage, moving in with somebody, getting that business bank account, starting your website or YouTube channel. Like there's some kind of formal show of commitment to something and a belief in the abundance of whatever this is. I think that's going to these are very positive cards. I think for the most part, it's going to go quite well. You do end with the 10 of Pentacles, so that's amazing. This is kind of like your outcome, essentially. But I think it's a little bit of a ride to get there. With this adaptability card and with, Jupiter moving through your third house, I definitely feel like you guys are going to be shaking things up quite a bit. Luckily for you, you tend to do a little bit better with that. You are a cardinal sign, so you're a little bit more of a go-getter, and your sign makes a sextile to Gemini. So there's going to be certain points in time when Jupiter is moving through the sign of Gemini that it sextiles your ascendant or your sun, if you have your sun or your rising in Aries. What that does for you is it typically will give you more vitality, and I think that's why I got the Temple in this first house role, because I definitely think that some of you guys are going to be working a lot more on your physique, your appearance. You guys might find that you're changing up your clothes, or this could happen on a more not physical level, but like an identity level where you start to perceive yourself differently. Like, let's say you go to school to study something, because I feel like there's some formal commitment to something that will better your life, or to something that you're already very invested in here with this Hierophant card. So let's say you go back to school, then maybe you start to see yourself as becoming a person who does that. Like, let's say you're going to study law. Well, I start to see myself as a lawyer. It's like you're taking on you're growing your identity. You're not taking on a different identity, but you're adapting your life to kind of meet certain challenges or meet certain needs that you will have. I definitely think that you're going to be feeling quite agile. Like you're going to be feeling like you have an easier time kind of committing to these necessary changes. With this, let's move on to the second phase. So this is when Jupiter is direct at first. I think you're going to be committing to something, adapting well, working on your fitness, working on your body, although that might come into the second phase. It depends on what degree your sun or rising sign is in. Um, if it's at the early degrees, like with this 4 here, if you have, anything at 4, any planets near 4 degrees, it's definitely going to be impacting it in the first half, like basically soon in these next few months. So keep an eye out for those changes now all the way until like the end of summer, basically, to see if there is some sort of call to commit to something, especially physically, like the way that you take care of yourself. I just think you're gonna have more energy and maybe even more opportunities come your way, to act on things, even if it's just socially, like hanging out with people more. But I just feel like your life is going to be very, very lively and dynamic, and you're going to have to kind of know like what you're committing to and why in order to really get all the value out of it. That would be my biggest piece of advice. In this second phase, when Jupiter goes retrograde, it does seem like it's shaking up quite a bit for you. In general, well, let's start with this co-creation reverse card. I think that this card really kind of matches with Jupiter retrograding in your third house, because this card is about taking responsibility for things that you've committed to or that you have created in your life in some kind of capacity, whether intentional or not, that you are not enjoying anymore. So it's basically, there could be some kind of circumstance in your life where you're realizing that the thing that you have co-created is not really in your best interest anymore, and that life has changed. And the third house is so much about that agility and adaptability within your mindset, within your actions. It's very like reactive and responsive, which I feel like you guys are good at. And I think you're going to have an opportunity to put that to the test when Jupiter goes retrograde. And there could be some kind of ending happening or transition happening. With the King of Swords in reverse, it's almost like the normal clarity that you might have around a person or a situation or something that you were dedicated to. You might realize that it's actually not serving you in some way. And it could be this thing that you're starting when Jupiter goes direct. But I feel like for a lot of you, it might be something else entirely. So it's really going to depend from person to person. So some of you guys may have committed to something and then you realize, actually, this isn't quite right. I need to like redo something here. Something about this isn't really making sense for me. Or you could commit to something and then it changes your life so much that there are other things in your life that you feel like are now outdated. And now you have to decide if that really works for you. And with King of Swords in reverse, I do feel like it might be hard to truly access like all of your logical mind. Jupiter in Gemini is quite logical, but when it goes retrograde, it's like we have to kind of go back to the drawing board, but our mind isn't functioning maybe as strong as it could. And so it's like we just maybe need a little bit more time. You might feel like a little bit more scattered or worried because of the nature of this requiring a lot more thought or a lot more time. And so, yeah, you might feel like a little lost for a period of time here when you realize that this thing isn't working in your favor or that you don't want it anymore. And I think that's happening for a reason with this North Node coming out, and the North Node in your sign this year. It's all about you. So if there are things that don't align with you and don't build you up as a person, it's not the year to sacrifice for that thing. It's actually the opposite of this kind of year for you. If you make those sacrifices, I think you'll find that you quite regret them because you'll miss out on growth opportunities, which I don't think you'll miss out on. I think you'll see that it's important for you to transition out of something in your life that you realize that you invested into or you created that isn't working. And this with the Temple card, it could be related to your health. It could be related to where you live, especially with the Mother card. If you have a child, it could be related to either getting pregnant or, your relationship with your child. Maybe your approach to parenting would change. Or if you don't have one and you want to get pregnant, maybe you need to change some aspects of your life. Like if you're very stressed and you have this job that is not helping with that, you might realize that it's time for a big life change within your work and, come out the other side. I think for many of you, with this with this being in your first house, it's hard for me to, with the dice being in your first house, it's hard for me to know what area of life it will affect. But I think for many of you, it could very much tie to your history, your family, your place of living, your body, what you hold sacred, what has felt secure. With this Temple and the Mother card, there's a sense of like, yeah, just again, security and sacredness that you get from this thing or that you got from this thing, but then it starts to take away from it. So let's say you bought a house and it felt like this really beautiful step forward in your life, but then some horrible neighbors moved next door and they started to do construction and there's crime in your neighborhood now. And it's like, it's starting to feel less sacred and less safe. You might want to change where you live. And so this is going to vary drastically from person to person, but I'm just trying to illustrate that you guys are going to have to be making some kind of decision that I think you'll feel trepidatious about. And with Jupiter retrograde in the third, you might really overthink and you might get like your nervous system might get really activated. So doing things that can ground your nervous system, like walking in nature, meditating, I think that's going to be really important. I also think with this Mother card, that stuff from the past could come up. And I think it's going to be important for you to maybe have a therapist, like when Jupiter does go retrograde, have someone else to talk to about how this might relate to things that are connected to your childhood. The third, like really the first 4 houses in astrology are very connected to our childhood and those early years growing up. The third house in particular is connected to our, like once we start becoming aware of our body, then we start going out into the environment and interacting with things and understanding how to kind of learn from our environment. That's what this phase is associated with. So if there was something that went wrong during that phase, you might become aware of that here. But yeah, I feel like this Mother card is important. Like your relationship with your mother could be a priority. So exploring the past could be really helpful. When Jupiter goes direct again, you have the Tower and the Ten of Pentacles. So I see this resolving in the sense that I feel like you are finally leaving whatever this is with the Tower card. And then with the Ten of Pentacles, you're having the stability that you were always looking for. So it's like it takes you on a journey of having to be, again, quite adaptable. Try things from new approaches, be willing to walk away from stuff that becomes outdated. But then once you actually do that, you find that you are financially prosperous, or that you start the family, or that you buy that new house, or that your business takes off. There's a sense of, allowing something to die off that you might be afraid to let go of. And once you do that, for whatever reason, it immediately roots you after that. One thing I noticed this year as well is I pulled the Aquarius dice, or I rolled it. So there might be something around this year where this is a very, very social year. But Aquarius tends to feel like they are left out, like they are isolated or different or less social. And they can sometimes feel like pressure from others to be different or to belong. And so there could be stuff like that coming up as well in terms of relationships where maybe everyone is very, very social, but there might be some aspects of that brings up stuff within you around your relationship with people in your life, or with sociability, or how social you are versus not. It's going to kind of, again, vary from person to person, but I think you'll feel maybe a little bit of this juxtaposition of maybe I'm normally not that social and I start going out a lot more, and that's like how I adapt and change. Or maybe I notice everyone else is going out a lot more, but I actually feel like I'm left out, or I actually feel like I don't know a lot of people and I have to meet new friends. And it's like I feel like a lot of, relationship dynamics and how much you're interacting and how the interactions are, how people perceive you, all of those kinds of things I think can very much come up. And again, I think overthinking can come up as well. So kind of knowing that going in and doing what you need to do in order to create inner peace around maybe being, on the outside at certain periods of time. Like, let's say you live with somebody and then you break up, you might feel this sense of isolation. And then eventually it does lead to the Ten of Pentacles, where you find your person and you find your home and your family and those roots. So it will end up stabilizing for you, even if there are periods where you feel like a little bit of an outsider, or if you feel like things are a little bit uncertain in terms of, how you're going to move forward with something. So I want you guys to ask a question, and this will also be an outcome card. So an outcome of some kind of situation. Ask a question about an outcome of a situation, and I'm going to pull a card now, and I'll share that with you guys in just a second. So outcome of a situation. I hope that you guys have that. If not, pause the video. What is the outcome for my Aries? Improving health. Oh my God. Okay. I saw that. So hardcore. With the temple card, with rolling the first dice, with this sextiling your ascendant or your sun. I definitely feel like you guys are improving your health. This might be a side message that you didn't ask about this. But I definitely feel like you guys are going to be a lot more energized, and it's likely going to help you feel much more confident as well. But I think your general health is improving, your mental health, your physical health. But I also think that if you ask a question about a specific project or person, the health of that relationship or that project or that goal or whatever it is you're asking about will also improve. So the situation around this will improve. And that doesn't mean that it's going to end up exactly how you think it is. It doesn't mean it's definitely going to work out like you think, but it will improve, especially when I have this 10 of Pentacles here. It is going to end up being exactly what you want. You're going to end up feeling abundant. You're going to end up feeling successful. You're going to end up feeling stable. You're going to end up feeling loved, rooted, and surrounded and safe by the people that you love. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Aries. If this resonates, I would love to hear your comments down below in the comment box. You can also find the other signs in the description box, as well as my email list if you want to subscribe so you don't miss a reading from me. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, so up next we have Taurus, rising, and sun. We're going to be discussing Jupiter moving through your second house of finances today, and that's going to be happening until basically June 2025. So we have this broken up into 3 groups: when Jupiter is direct, when it goes retrograde, and then goes direct / outcome. I might pull one more card for the outcome. So, okay, you guys, let me start off by saying you guys have had Jupiter moving through your sign this past year. So you may have felt like a lot of things manifested for you. Maybe you bought a home or found a relationship, or moved somewhere, got to travel a lot. Maybe you got to build up your business or your finances. There's a sense of growth that happens typically when Jupiter's in your sign, where you're a little bit more lucky and more blessed. When Jupiter comes into the next sign, that might not be as much of the case. And I don't mean to say that you won't have blessings, but just a sense that I think that generally, I don't know how to explain this without using so much terminology, but there's something called aversion in astrology, and basically it's this ancient astrology technique where it's talking about how the signs that are right next to you or quincunx to you are not able to be fully seen clearly or understood. And that's not explained very well because I'm not trying to get not technical, but in essence, Taurus is very different from Gemini. It's the opposite in many ways. It's stable while Gemini is adaptable. It's more consistent while Gemini is inconsistent and variable. It's earth versus air. And so there's going to be something about working with Jupiter and Gemini energy that I think is inherently a little bit uncomfortable or against your nature if you don't have Gemini as a planet in your chart. You do have Gemini in your second house if Taurus is your rising sign. And this does mean that this is going to put an emphasis on financial matters for you this year, but there could be some things that happen this year that require your learning and adaptability and understanding, but you may make decisions and choices that you don't fully understand, or that you kind of have to learn. It maybe takes you longer to learn from it, or so Anyway, it's basically just to say that the Gemini energy is a little bit less available to my Taurus people. And so the decisions and things that you take or make may lead you down a path where you then have to learn from those mistakes or from the outcome of that situation. So let's go ahead and dive into how this could affect you more specifically. So we're starting off with Jupiter direct. Initially, I feel like this is very positive. We have the Hermit card and the Magician card. This is very much a time of manifestation when we have these cards here together. And often we can access our higher powers, our higher intuitive powers with a combination of these, because these are both very intrinsic cards. Hermit card tends to be able to spend a lot of time journeying inward, reflecting on, what's important to me, what do I value, what do I want out of life, who am I, what do I bring to the table. It's kind of like building one's inner resources, which is a very second house theme anyway. So basically Jupiter moving through the second house in general is going to help you understand your money differently and your values differently, and more importantly, what you bring to the table. The second house is where we are autonomous and independent, and it's really important to the relationships we have because our self-worth comes from what we believe we bring to the table, and that reflects a lot in how our relationship dynamics unfold. So I think that the start of this phase is going to be you guys reflecting a lot on things within your life and realizing what do I want to manifest and how can I use the resources that I already have with this Magician card to manifest the things that I desire. So maybe that looks like, not buying a lot of new stuff or whatever that looks like. Basically just not trying to learn more, do more, have more all the time, but it feels like you're trying to literally like a cauldron, throw the stuff in that you already have and transform it into something useful, into something that can make you money or that can benefit your life in some type of way. And it feels quite career oriented and it feels like very hopeful. And so I definitely feel like you guys are going to be looking at your resources, looking at what you have, and reflecting on what it is that you want, what it is that you value, and asking yourself how you can get there with the current resources that you have. With the home card, it's very possible that some of you guys could have a home and then want to sell it, or you could want to move into a new home or upgrade your home. The second house is not just a house of finances, but of the things that we own. And of course, home ownership is a thing. So if that's something that interests you, that seems very prevalent. This card also has 2 and 2 on here, which Jupiter is moving through your second house. So it feels like there's a strong message here around money and home, or, investing money into the home or getting money because you have a home, like taking out a loan on it or selling it. So that is going to be relevant for, those in my group who have homes. For other people, it could indicate some type of inheritance, because oftentimes when a planet moves through a house, it can retroflect and act on the 8th house or the house opposite it. So in this instance, this could be, again, getting some kind of money back from taxes or money from family, inheritance, things of that nature, money that isn't necessarily always earned, although the focus really is on you building up your own finances from your own skill set and making the most out of what you have, maybe budgeting differently, that type of thing. That's really what I'm saying, like seeing how you can make your current resources multiply for you and take on a life of their own almost. When Jupiter goes retrograde, well, actually, before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about another message here. So there's obviously a clear not obviously, but to me, there is an obvious clear message here also around relationships. We have the heart and connection, or the bridge card, which is about connecting with others outside of us. We have the Libra dice, which I rolled. So there's clear message here around relationships being highlighted for you. So some of you guys could have something really solidify within an existing connection. You could have some change up in a relationship if there are things that aren't right about the relationship. So in general, I feel like the relationship is going to take a center stage this year. If you don't have one, you could find one. If you do have one, it could go away if it's not right, not for no reason. But what I feel like is at the center here is a lot more of the energy of autonomy. I feel like that's kind of the message here for you guys around your relationships, is any kind of relationship, even a friendship. If you have been like giving away your power, or if somebody has been meddling or like intrusive in some kind of way, or if your lives have been super intertwined and you haven't had like time to focus on yourself and your objectives, I really feel like the big focus for you is, yes, I love you. Yes, I want to fill you up. Yes, I want to connect with you. But I also need the balance. I also need to make sure that my own needs are met. And I think for those of you guys who aren't able to attain a healthy level of separation, I do think that that will backfire. And some of you guys could want to leave that connection. If this isn't talking about a romantic or friendship relationship, it could be talking about a work relationship. But I'm just getting the sense with this Emperor in reverse, which we'll get to in a second, I just feel like there's something in your life that there's maybe some kind of power imbalance, or someone is really influencing you a lot, or there's like, it's not, yeah, it's taking away something from you, like your time, your space, your energy, your money. Something is like pulling from you in a way that's imbalanced. Even though I feel like you do feel very connected to this thing, like you love this thing, or you want to be a part of this thing, or it would hurt you to let go of whatever this is. And I feel like some of you guys might end up having some larger questions around that of like, do I want to let this go? Like, do I want to, do I feel like this is worth the imbalance that it's bringing into my life? Like, do I need to be more autonomous and make this sacrifice? So let's get into Jupiter retrograde. So we have the High Priestess in reverse and the King of Pentacles in reverse. So there's something here where I feel like you guys are ignoring yourself. With the King of Pentacles in reverse, it can be quite stubborn. And especially when it comes to money, although it doesn't have to be related to that. But it can be like a little bit more of a fixed energy, which you are a fixed sign. And then High Priestess in reverse is like you're withdrawing, but you might not be fully listening to yourself. So there's something going on here where I think you start off in this powerful phase of manifestation, drawing on the resources that you have, multiplying them. But there's something about your life that isn't in alignment. It could be how you're spending money or something with relationships. Those are the primary things I'm seeing. And that could be career for you because of the money factor. But there's something about maybe your career, love life, or money life that is out of alignment. Maybe you're spending money in a bad way. Maybe the way that you make money isn't actually fulfilling you. Maybe the relationship has that imbalance that I talked about. Maybe they're telling you what to do too much, or they're spending too much time with you, not letting you breathe. But whatever this scenario is, it's going to differ. But there's something here where I feel like you guys are not listening to your own intuition. And you might make some poor decisions when it comes to like financial decisions or decisions on how to move forward if you stay in this energy. And I see that because I pulled the Five of Pentacles as one of the outcome cards, which is a card of like loss of some sort, especially financial loss. But it could be also like isolation. So it could be relationship wise or not. But there's something about this where it's like, I'm ignoring how I feel about this. I'm ignoring how I feel, and it's building up, and it leads to some kind of outcome where there's a loss. But I actually feel like that loss is important for you. So I think that at some point you're going to be ignoring it. And then during this review process, when Jupiter goes retrograde, if you can check into your heart, I think that you'll see what isn't in alignment with this scenario or with this person. And once you're able to do that, I think that you'll realize that you need to let it go, whatever this is, with the Five of Pentacles and then the Emperor in reverse. It feels a little bit like either you made some kind of financial decision that doesn't pay off, or you decide to like quit your job. That would actually make a lot of sense with the Knight of Wands. It feels like it very career or relationship oriented. We have the Sun and Libra. So there's definitely an emphasis on both the career and relationships. But there's the sense of like, I'm quitting this thing, I'm leaving this thing behind, and I feel like freer as a result, but I probably don't have a lot of money, or I feel like freer, but I still feel like I miss that person, not miss that person, but you maybe feel that you are a little bit more isolated than usual, for example. So there's a sense that you're giving something up, you're sacrificing something or letting something go, but you're also very aware that like what you're doing is giving yourself the freedom that you need and is listening to your heart. So again, I feel like for many of you, it's going to be love or career or money oriented. And so, yeah, I feel like it's important for you guys at the end to make a decision that ultimately does lead you to feeling like you are able to follow your sense of adventure, that you're able to kind of have the wind running through your hair with this Knight of Wands. It's like having this hope with this ninth house. Maybe some of you guys will start to travel. It's like you're coming out on this other side lighter. I think that whatever you decide to let go of, it's like you're kind of more of a free spirit. You don't have as maybe many responsibilities or as tough of a schedule. It's like, I don't know, it feels like you have more autonomy and more space and maybe not as much money, but it's giving you the ability to like breathe. Yeah, to breathe. And I think that the day of the 22nd of one of these months is going to be really important for you. Maybe November or June. There might be something important happening on the 22nd. Maybe some of you guys are born around the 22nd of the month. But I would encourage you guys to set money aside, because if you are going to end up in this phase where you're wanting to travel, you're wanting to do something different or live kind of a more free life, I really feel like it's going to serve you best if you have some finances to fall back on. And so that you don't feel like you are moving backwards too much. But it's okay if you have some kind of loss or some kind of lack, because again, I feel like it's going to open you up to a lot of new possibilities. So I want you guys to go ahead and ask a question about the outcome of something or just any kind of, general clarification that you need. And I'm going to pull a card for that now. So Spirit, related to this reading or to what to what Taurus is asking, what message do they need to hear here? What message do my Taurus need to hear right now? What's a message or an answer to their question? Clarifying this reading, clarifying their question, answering their question. Okay. Nothing is coming out, so you guys don't get any clarity. Just kidding. Okay. What message? Okay. We have opportunity. Okay, so this took a second to come out, so this means something to me. I feel like this end here, how it's ending with the Five of Pentacles, is not the most fun. But what I feel like is this is an opportunity for you in disguise, or a blessing in disguise. It's going to open you up to more potential. So if you sell your house, maybe you would have a lot more money if you sold your house, but maybe you sell your house and you don't get as much as you thought you would, or I don't know. With the Five of Pentacles, so generally there's a little bit of lack in some area. Regardless, maybe you feel the lack of not having a house, but you have money and you go and travel. So there's an opportunity here to be lighter in some degree, and that lightness is going to open you up to more potential and more opportunities that you never would have found if you kept the house or if you kept the relationship or kept the job. There's a sense that you're leaving something for, like, yeah, just like the clothes on your back, the backpack that you're wearing. And because of that, it's giving you like this fresh start, this fresh energy, so that you can really build something up that's really powerful, that I feel like maybe you are trying to manifest at the start of this transit with Hermit and Magician card together. So really consider what it is that you want, what is it that you value, where you want to kind of invest your time, energy, and money, and reassess that when Jupiter goes retrograde so that you can make the most important decisions that will get you to this new opportunity in the future. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Taurus. I hope that this is helpful for you. I hope it resonates. If so, please comment down below. You can check out the other signs in the description box below. You can also see my email list and subscribe to that so you don't miss a reading in the description box. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, so up next we have Gemini rising and sun. So this is a big deal for you guys to have Jupiter moving through your sign. And you guys will have the blessings of Jupiter until about June 2025. But Jupiter does retrograde. So basically what I've done is I've created three distinct piles. One where Jupiter is direct the first time, the second retrograde, and then the third is the outcome when Jupiter goes direct for the last time. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started with this Two Swords in reverse. First of all, actually, let me get started with the astrology first. So if you have your sun in Jupiter, or sorry, if you have your sun in Gemini, then this sun card feels even more potent for you. Even if this is your first house, so I think this is still a really significant year for you. And basically, Jupiter moving through your sign is a chance for you to get often more attention, more clarity, more opportunities. Sometimes people have kind of like something big in their life unfold, like finding your person or finding a house to live in or finding the right passions and purpose. Things like that Jupiter tends to bring, but it also really challenges you to grow beyond your limitations. And if you've been feeling with this Two Swords in reverse and the Sun card, if you've been feeling like you are lacking clarity, what I feel is happening in the first portion of this transit is that you guys are going to start to get solid in where you're going. And Jupiter does tend to bring clarity. It does kind of like emphasize a lot the sign that it's in. And I wouldn't say that Gemini is always clear, because I think that often it takes in too much information. So it is also possible as well that it could get exaggerated, like your Gemini essence could get exaggerated. So let's say that you're somebody who likes to think of a lot of options, has a lot of ideas of new things that you can start all the time. I'm seeing you guys maybe having to contend with this energy, where you have your multi-passion nature become a little bit more heightened with this Two Swords in reverse. And it's like, okay, I don't know what to do because I have so many ideas, and sometimes it's hard to focus. Sometimes we can scatter our energy. But the Sun card is the opposite of this. The Sun card is having that purpose, that sense of direction, the optimism, the faith that you can go in that direction, and the clarity. And so I feel like it's a transformation of a lot of scattered ideas into a more focused and coherent energy. And I also feel like there's a potential that you're either starting something new, or you honing your energy and becoming more streamlined and focused is new for you. With this Fool card, the Fool represents typically something that we have not ever tried before. It's an energy that is very free and lighthearted and doesn't actually understand all the trials and tribulations that come before it. And that's okay. It's, that's how you get started on anything. You don't really know what's getting into it, what you're getting yourself into. So I don't know, there's something about your energy where I feel like you're going from very scattered or uncertain to focused. And you are having some kind of like lightness in your being, where maybe you're going on a path in your life where you're letting go of something, or you're following a new idea, and it's helping you with this Page of Wands in reverse. I feel like it's helping you redirect your energy into things that you're really passionate about. But I think that also means saying no to the things that are maybe an 80% match, but aren't quite 100% there. So there's something here where I feel like you are going on a new venture, but you're also going to have to make really important decisions with this Two Swords in reverse around what not to do. And that's often difficult for Geminis, is they don't want to feel like they're limiting themselves or, cutting themselves off from things that they're passionate about. And I think that's very true. It's like you don't want to neglect yourself, but also I think it's important that the energy goes to the best possible aligned avenue, because otherwise, I don't know. It's like you're going to have a lot of things that you've tried that haven't really worked out. And you're kind of moving on fast. And so that's what this energy represents. With the Page of Wands in reverse, it's like trying a lot of things, testing things out, having fun, experimenting, but then they're not really sticking. And this Fool card is trying to clear the slate of that. So I feel like you guys are trying to come more clarified, but you're going to have to contend with uh, you're going to have to contend with your nature, because Gemini energy is curious by nature. And so you're going to have to find out how to channel that curiosity into a more constructive avenue rather than allowing it to pour out into your life without intention. So, yeah, it feels like you're starting fresh again, in the sense of maybe there's a lot of things that you've picked up and put down. Maybe you have a lot of half-read books or half-started projects or ideas that you wanted to do, but then you didn't fully go into all of them. If that's the case for you, I feel like you're putting that to rest. You're starting some kind of new path where you're clearing away the carcasses of these old ideas, old projects, old versions of yourself, and starting fresh. If this doesn't resonate with you, there could be something that you feel like this could have been just energy of the past, where maybe you didn't really know what you were going to do with your life or what direction you were going to go in. And now that Jupiter is moving through your sign, you feel like you know what you want to do. Like you have a long-term plan. You have something that you're passionate about, or you have a next big step to put your energy into and pour yourself into, so that I think it will really fulfill you. And with the Page of Wands in reverse, this could also signify limiting beliefs that you are releasing, and you're trying to go into this new venture with this naive excitement of nothing can go wrong. I got this. This is going to go great. And I think that that's a good energy to go into a project with. Of course, we need discernment, but you don't want to come in with all these restrictions and limitations that you're putting on yourself because you don't believe you can have what you want or whatever. I think you're not coming in with baggage. You're coming in a true clean slate into this endeavor, and that's going to give you a lot of success. So for some of you guys, I think, especially if your sun is in Gemini, this could indicate some kind of career success. And I think for a lot of you, that will be the case. If this is your ascendant or your rising sign, this could have to deal with your health as well. That's usually a really prominent thing. So there could be aspects of your identity or your personality or your preferences or kind of the direction that you're headed in life that undergoes fundamental clarity, essentially, and shifts that are going to be more aligned with your true nature. So, okay. When Jupiter goes retrograde, we have the Justice and the Knight of Wands. So when Jupiter retrogrades, this is going to be really important for you guys. It's important for everyone, but especially you guys as Geminis. It's going to be important to take stock of what you've already completed, where you focused your energy, because when Jupiter goes retrograde, it's going to ask you, do you still view yourself the same? Do you still view life the same? Do you have a different perspective? Do you have different beliefs? And if that's the case, if there are things that you believe that are different, or if you've gone through this path, going in with this Fool card with this kind of sense of optimism, you might encounter some obstacles. You might encounter some things along the path that help give you more context about what you're pursuing and the dangers or risks of it, the full context basically around your goals. So this is going to be a period of time when Jupiter goes retrograde to reevaluate your goals and how you're going about them and what is really important to you or how you're viewing things, and if you want to continue to do that in the same way. With the Justice and the Knight of Wands, this is interesting because I feel like these have very different energies. The Justice is a card where things are really balanced. So it's really somebody who's quite concerned with things being fair, with things being even. It's a very logical card. Okay, I give 10%, you give 10%. That type of thing. So I feel like that energy is coming into your life when you're where you might reevaluate the sense of balance across all of your life and your temperament in general. How do I balance my my diverse interests and these different areas of my life and these relationships? How do I balance all of this? How do I, juggle all of this? And it's interesting because I feel like in the outcome card, we have the Two of Pentacles, which is about juggling all of it. So part of you wants things to be really balanced. And then there's another part of you with the Knight of Wands that's a little bit more impulsive. That's much more like passionate. Like I want to follow my whims. I want to creatively express myself. And so I kind of feel like during this period of time, you might be a little bit at war with yourself around the level of like structure and routine and balance and doing that from the logical objective place of your mind, from the creative and artistic and passionate version of yourself that maybe wants to spend hours and hours and hours engrossed in something that it can lose itself in. So I feel like you guys are going to have these two natures that are, again, competing with one another when it goes retrograde. And I think when Jupiter goes retrograde, it's also going to be important for you to understand gosh, there's so many messages here. Sorry, I'm getting a little overwhelmed because there's just so much. But with Saturn, okay, with these dice, let's talk about this. With Saturn here, Saturn is exalted in Libra, which is the sign associated with the Justice card. So there's something here about navigating your balance with that Saturn type of energy where you are being mature. You're making the responsible decision. You're not following your whims. You're tempering yourself for the future, for what's important for you long term. And I think that that's something that you're really having to grapple with during this Jupiter passing over your sun or ascendant, is that I think you're going to have a lot going on in your life and a lot of things that you want to juggle and that you want to do. And the Saturn is telling you that you need the structure, you need certain containers or limits in your life in order for that to be feasible. Saturn can also represent where we feel frustrated though, or slowed down or overly restricted by things like a schedule or, expectations and timelines and things of that nature. So again, that could be quite frustrating for this Knight of Wands energy that feels like, I'm having creative inspiration now. Let me act now. I want to go hang out with these people right now. Like, let me go do that right now. And so some of you guys, it might be this kind of, again, balancing act and, getting to know yourself on a deeper level, especially with this cave card. There might be periods of time where you're kind of entering like monk mode where you can work on stuff. And then there might be periods of time where you feel more free and have like longer periods without stuff to do. So I feel like, this next year, there's going to be these but these ebbs and flows of energy where there's a lot going on and you have to be very structured and disciplined. And then maybe you have bouts of vacation or, you get somehow creative freedom in a project that you're working on and you have more leeway. So I think you're going to have both. And I think you're going to have to navigate both parts of you during this retrograde period. And this cave, talking about monk mode, can represent those periods of time where you are a lot more like austere, where you're saving a lot of money, where you're, hanging out by yourself. Although Jupiter in your sign is very, very social, you might choose to spend a little bit more time by yourself to work on some things that are really important to you, or at the very least to self-reflect and kind of, work on this inner tension that you're trying to figure out. You might need to take out some time alone with this cave card to reflect on what is necessary in order for things to balance out for you, or to, operate within both of these energies. Like you'll need to kind of sit with yourself and digest things and, ask for spiritual support, that sort of thing. Okay. Again, there's just so many messages. There's a lot of other ways to interpret this. The Justice and the Knight of Wands can also represent that, especially the Justice card in particular, that there's some kind of like fair due that you're getting back. It's like you put in a lot of time and energy into something. And that could also be what the Saturn card represents, where you were putting a lot of energy. Maybe you went into this monk mode and you dedicate a lot of effort into something. And now it's coming back to you with this Justice card. It's like you might get some more freedom because of that, or you might feel like more confident and more passionate and energized because of the results that you're getting back, like people responding well to the things that you've changed. So let's say, for example, this is talking about career. Well, maybe you're putting forth some effort into this focused direction and you have clarity around that. And that work, you do really dedicate yourself to it, and you notice that you'll get responsiveness back from people, and they will encourage you and they will enjoy what you're doing, and they will and you will feel like you're progressing and moving forward and taking more inspired action to keep going and keep leveling up in this career sector. This could talk about health, where you start to lose weight, you start to feel like you're exercising, eating better, and then you're starting to shed the pounds, and you look at your body and you're noticing like, I look different now. And that's the law of cause and effect. That is why Saturn loves the Libra or this Justice card, because I put in something and I get that out. And I think that's going to give you a lot of confidence, and again, continue to inspire you to act further and further. And I think that's going to help you a great deal. I think the confidence piece is very important with the Leo in the second house as die that I rolled. And yeah, I think that this is just super, super important, because generally when Jupiter moves to your sign, you are going to be in the spotlight in some kind of way, or you're going to be highlighted in some kind of way in your life, and up-leveling, expanding, needing to go to new horizons. And that all requires a great deal of confidence. Leo in general cares a lot about what people think or how they're perceived. And so this is helpful because that part of Leo allows them to shine bright like the sun. It allows them to be witnessed for the good things that they're doing. And with the second house as well, getting paid for those things that they're doing. So there's something in here about maybe recognition, or like appreciation, or just growing in self-worth within yourself, even if it doesn't involve outside people. It's like believing that you're worthy of your good things, your good aspects of yourself being seen and appreciated and valued. And it's like valuing yourself. And I really see that with the Rose Quartz and the Lover card. For some of you guys, this could indicate that a new relationship comes into your life this next year. I kind of think that's going to happen to a lot of Geminis or people with Venus in Gemini, or if Gemini rules, or if Gemini falls into your seventh house. But regardless, I think that many of you will enter into a relationship. But if not, I think also, even if you do or don't, the message around self-love and really valuing yourself is extremely highlighted here. So building yourself up, doing things that shows yourself that you love yourself. And I think that that's also a big part of the Justice card is, you know, I'm putting effort into myself and into creating balance in my life and doing things that will really pay off for me long term. And that's this kind of Justice Saturn energy, as well as the ninth house. It's like I have faith, I have hope that I can have more, that I can do more. Some of you guys might travel with this nine energy. The ninth of the month might be important. You might be hitting some kind of milestone with this 9. We also have the 9 of Wands in reverse. So some of you guys might be really close to an ending of some sort or finalizing something. So 9 might be just important for you in general. And then when it comes to your outcome, or when Jupiter goes direct for the final time, we have 2 of Pentacles upright and 9 of Wands in reverse. So 2 of Pentacles upright, as I mentioned, is this card around juggling things properly. So typically Gemini is about doing more than one thing. It's kind of uncommon. Like I have Gemini on my midheaven, for example. It's kind of uncommon to have an aspect like that and do just one career. Typically people will have multiple things in their life that are big going on at once. And so the 2 of Pentacles to me indicates that towards the end of this transit in, summer of next year, you're going to start to have, or springtime really, you're going to have you're going to have a very full life. You're going to have a lot of areas of your life kind of building at once, and you're going to have to juggle them. Maybe some of you will be working 2 jobs. Maybe some of you will have a lot going on within your work, and then you'll have a relationship blooming, and you'll be, planning a wedding, or maybe some of you guys will be deciding to invest more into hobbies or friendships while also investing into a new business. There's a sense of like kind of like a baby, you're having you're having twins instead of just having one baby at once. It's like things are multiplying, and I feel like that was kind of the energy you started off this cycle with, is having indecision around how to choose between things, or how to uh, clarify and focus. And I feel like you do get clarity and focus, but you still end up with more than one thing, because that's kind of your nature. So I do see that that's still happening, but maybe you need this point of clarity to even get one of the things going strong enough to be able to add in another. Like you're juggling, you want to be able to juggle one thing before you throw in another ball, and then it gets crazy. With the 9 of Wands in reverse, though, you could be a little bit overwhelmed with how much is going on. Upright is a little bit about like having this resilience. I do think you're going to have some level of resilience, but I think you're going to develop a lot of like resourcefulness. But I do think that there could be a little bit of a struggle as well, because if you are carrying a lot of things in your life, it can be overwhelming. But I don't think it's a negative thing, because I did pull the Magician and 10 of Cups as clarifiers. So I think that whatever is coming into your life is a lot of a good thing, but it's just probably a lot to manage. If you're trying to plan a wedding, which I'm sure is a lot of work, I've never been married, but if you're trying to plan a wedding and you're trying to plan a launch at the same time for your business, those are both things that require 110% attention. And so I could imagine there's this feeling of overwhelm. So I do think that you're going to kind of start off this year focused and then end. I wouldn't say that you're not focused. I would say that you're a master at managing multiple projects, but I would say that it's still probably overwhelming. I would say it's a very full day, and it's probably feels like a lot at times, but that you're managing it still properly and like gracefully. Like you're not dropping anything. You're not getting so stressed that like a huge thing slips through the cracks. It's just that it's a little stressful, and you might need to pull in additional resources by outsourcing, or finding other areas of life that you can spend less time, like paying someone to cut your lawn or clean your house or take your kids to school or something like that. The Magician, as a clarifier for the 2 of Pentacles, to me is saying you are kind of in this like master manifester energy. And so you'll have to be like discerning about what you're intentionally trying to manifest, because your life will be quite full. You're going to have a lot of opportunities, and you're going to have to be choosy around which opportunities you decide to digest or go after. With this 10 of Cups clarifying the 9 of Wands reverse, this to me is really indicating that you are, honestly, I feel like really emotionally fulfilled by whatever it is that's tiring you. So it's like when you have kids and they just require so much energy and time from you that they deplete you by the end of the day, and you go to bed and you're like, wow, I'm wiped, but I love those boogers so much. Like that's kind of the energy I'm seeing with this, is that the thing that you're working on, you're giving your all to, but it's something that you love so dearly, and it's very emotionally fulfilling for you. With this Communion card, there's something here where I feel like you're going to be more magnetic this year. With the divine in particular, like your energy is going to be aligned more with what God wants for you. It feels like you say a prayer and it comes. Or, you want to meet a key person, and there's all these synchronicities that align you with that key person. There's this energy of like things kind of falling into your life through happenstance and blessings and luck. And it's not luck, it's the divine guiding you. So be very aware of, again, what you're trying to manifest. Go into this year with more intention, because the things that you speak into existence, the things that you focus on, the things that you ask for are much more likely to be responded to this year, because you are communing with the divine. And so you don't want to manifest something that feels maybe out of alignment in a few months, or that you don't want. So intentionally manifest. And I think that you guys are going to end up with a lot of the things that you really desire. I definitely feel like some career success for some of you. Very likely, if this is in your first house, there could be some, health or style, getting your body in shape, changing your hair, changing your clothes, changing certain aspects of your personality. Those are things that often happen when Jupiter moves to your first house. Again, you could travel a lot. You could meet some kind of new person. That's a very vital relationship. I think your life is going to be very full. And the work is really going to be around having the structures and the balance in place between keeping things balanced and your passions and impulses. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Gemini. If that resonates, please let me know in the comments down below. Don't forget to check out the other signs, which are in the description, especially your sun and rising, if you haven't looked at those already. And if you wouldn't mind, I would love for you guys to subscribe, like, and share with your friends. I also have an email list. If you don't want to miss out on any of these readings, you can definitely check that out in the description box down below. And I hope you guys have a great day. Bye. All right, up next we have Cancer, Rising, and Sun. So we're going to have this Jupiter in Gemini reading broken down into 3 stages. First is when Jupiter is direct, then Jupiter retrograde, then direct again. And this last little bit will wrap up in June 2025. And this starts May 25th. So Jupiter in Gemini is moving through your 12th house, and I really feel like it's going to be battling your insecurities. The 12th house is the area around our kind of basically like our unconscious ways of undermining ourselves and sabotaging ourselves. And I say unconscious because the 12th house is not, it's subconscious. It's like the liminal state, the dream state. It's not always available to us. And so there are things that can be from our past, from our childhood, maybe even past lives that affect our self-concept. And I think for you, especially, can affect your self-worth. There's a lot here around beauty with the Empress and the beauty in reverse. I'm feeling like this, for some of you guys, could be beauty related. This might not be applicable to everybody, but just stay tuned if it's not. So for some of you guys, you may be going through a transition in your life where you may feel like you are less beautiful. Maybe you're going through menopause, for example, and you're like noticing that your body is changing, noticing that your hormones and your energy and your mood is changing, or maybe you're pregnant and you're going through this phase and it's making you feel not like yourself, like not confident in your body, not confident in your own energy. Maybe you feel less beautiful on the outside, or maybe you feel like the clothes don't fit you right. So that's kind of like an obvious external way that you might be basically trying to heal any of those inner thoughts that I'm not good enough, I'm not pretty enough, I am not worthy enough. And for many of you, this will extend into other areas of your life where you feel like you are not making as much as you should, or where you might feel like there's just something in your life that I think, has externally or internally made you feel like you're unworthy in some kind of way. So if your job doesn't pay you enough, that could show you that. If someone were, not giving you what you want in a relationship, that could make you feel that insecurity. But there's something here where it's either prompted from the external environment like that, or it's coming from things from within ourselves that have been deeply suppressed, that have always kind of been there, that is likely to come to the surface at this time. And it's ultimately so that you can clear up the past. I think for many of you, it's going to be related to the past because the 12th house is tied to that. So there could be things from your childhood where you were taught messages around self-worth, around money, around beauty, around yourself, like how you should view yourself, or they told you stuff about yourself that you might not consciously remember, but that does influence you. And so I feel like this whole period of time is around you guys kind of addressing unfinished business, in quotes, around your self-worth and your self-value. And this, for many of you, can reflect externally, especially through kind of the more Venusian things, which the Empress and Venus have the same energy of abundance and, prosperity, and finding that people are happy to give you what you want and people are attracted to you and you're magnetic. You might feel like at certain times in the past, like you've lacked that, or you've been taught to not embody that energy and feel that you are that magnetic or whatever. And I think you're going to be undoing those patterns. So anything self-sabotaging, you could undo that. If you, for example, didn't put effort into your outfits, maybe you start putting effort into your outfits or your skincare. Maybe you start going to the gym. And this is just, on one sense of your looks, but anything that relates to your self-worth, anything that has taken away from your confidence, behaviors that you've been stuck in, patterns that you've been stuck in within relationships or with work, those things can come to the surface. So now that you're able to leave them and show yourself that you really value yourself, that you think that you deserve better, and you start taking the actions to show yourself how much you love yourself as a result of this Jupiter transit. When Jupiter goes, and I can see that also with this Aries and second house energy, it's like bolstering your self-worth, feeling like you can focus on yourself, especially Aries North Node. Some of you guys might have some Aries placements and have the transiting Aries North Node pass over them, and you might find that you unlock a lot more confidence than you did before. And this could be linked again with your past. Maybe your mother taught you something about yourself that you can only expect this in relationships, and it's like you're finally leaving behind whatever that mode of thinking is or that mode of doing things, and you're realizing how you can do stuff for yourself, and you're realizing what you really deserve. You're going out and I feel like doing something more on your own to build yourself up, and maybe even financially build yourself up to show that you deserve more money. You deserve to see life reflected back to you in the way that you see yourself. So if you're building up your self-worth and self-image internally through the way that you speak to yourself, and then following up with that through your actions and decisions, you will see this return to you financially in the world as well. You'll see other people start to respond to that energy as well. Especially with this fifth, 5 here, there could be something here around children and your own ability to be seen and things like that also improve as you work on this. Okay. We'll come back to that there might be something more there. So when Jupiter goes retrograde, we have High Priestess, Queen of Wands, and Radical Acceptance in reverse. So I really feel like this period of time for you is a kind of a continuation of when it was direct, where you are becoming a lot more aware of the things that were unconscious and behind the scenes, or from your past, or even external influences like society, for example, things that you don't necessarily like think about on a day-to-day basis, but that do influence us. The people that show up in our movies or the information we hear about on the news. These things impact our self-concept. They impact our mood. They impact how we judge ourselves or compare ourselves. And so I feel like you're going to start to become aware of a lot of like the subliminal things, the subliminal messages, the things like behind the veil of consciousness, conscious awareness, again, from the past, from your childhood, things that kind of are inherent in our nature or in our circle of friends or in our society. I feel like you're going to start to really spot those. And with this radical acceptance in reverse, I feel like this is a good thing. I feel like you guys are in many ways like rejecting some of these subliminal messages around your own worth and confidence. And I feel like you are going to somehow access them intuitively, maybe through your dreams, maybe through meditation. You'll get images. You'll be able to process some of the things that your brain is intaking and what it's doing. And then I feel like you're going to reject them once it becomes more conscious. You're going to make this decision of, no, I don't believe that. I'm going to rewrite what I think is true for myself. And I also think it's coming into more radical acceptance of your flaws as well, or the things that are maybe harder to accept that, we can want to overlook. It's like, I feel like you're going to be finding beauty in all of yourself, even the things that are harder to digest initially. I think you're going to be truly finding real beauty and confidence in them. And I think you're going to be highly psychic, highly intuitive. You might need a little bit more time alone to kind of process some of this, but I feel like you guys are going to be really tapped in and growing in your self-worth here. Very much Aries North Node energy of focusing on me, making these really big, substantial, like life changes in my concept of myself, my relationship with myself, and how that influences your self-worth and your money and your creative expression. So we end with Jupiter direct with the Wheel of Fortune and the Ten of Wands in reverse, the Three of Swords in reverse, and the Strength card. So okay, we have two messages here. Let's start with the Three of Swords in reverse. Some of you guys may have gone through some kind of heartbreak at the start of this reading, or like before, any time really this past year. With the Six of Swords in reverse, this kind of shows somebody needing to make a change in their life, but resisting that change a little bit. Like they're not wanting to move on from something quite yet. And you end with the Three of Swords in reverse, which to me is somebody who has accepted that they're moving on, and they're also healing as well. Like they're deciding that they're going to have the courage to move on. They're going to have the strength and the fortitude in themselves and the confidence in themselves to leave this painful situation, or leave a situation that might have been some kind of breakup or heartbreak. Often there's an ending of a relationship. It doesn't have to be the case. An ending of something, of a connection that's important. Maybe it's a business connection. Maybe it's a relationship. Maybe you're moving, but there's pain here, heartbreak, that I feel like you guys are going to feel like you're really healing from over this year. And that's often very 12th house. The 12th house is like loss and letting go and transitions. It's that liminal space. And I feel like you guys in some ways are going to be moving through that liminal space. And you're coming out the other side with a lot more courage, strength, and confidence in yourself to do the hard things. And I think you're going to start to feel like your heart is finally starting to feel better. Like you are finally, especially when Jupiter fully moves out of Gemini and into your sign, you're going to be reborn. I really think that you're going to be reborn as a totally new person. And I see that with this Wheel of Fortune and the Ten of Wands reverse. Your fortune is radically increasing, and I have these chills right now. So it's a strong message for you guys that your luck is going to be turning in your favor. If this year has been hard for you, if the previous year has been hard for you, you're going to notice that this year is a lot of the inner work that you need to move on from a painful situation, build up your confidence and self-worth, see the beauty in yourself and the value that you have to offer and what you deserve in return. And then I feel like when Jupiter finally moves into Cancer, which will be like June 2025, you are going to start to notice that blessings come your way. Things become easier. Things are not a struggle. You have maybe somebody to support you. With the Ten of Wands in reverse, this is a card of putting down the burden, putting down the struggle, delegating, having, again, this kind of support system. So I'm really getting the sense that you guys are not only having a new leaf turn, and you're going to have opportunities and success, and the things that you felt really stuck on, I see those improving, and again, your life moving forward. So this whole year is a lot around processing, healing, shedding, releasing, growing in your confidence. And then in summer 2025 is when you're going to hit the ground running, and things are really going to start externally manifesting in a really big way for you. And it's likely going to be manifesting all throughout 2024, kind of setting the stage up. But I think it's going to grow exponentially in 2025. And that's when you're going to start needing help. With the Ten of Wands in reverse, you're going to start needing a team, a partner, a friend, somebody to take some of the work from you, because you're going to have so much that you're accomplishing or that you're doing that you are not going to be able to do it all alone. But and also, I think the Ten of Wands is the struggle, like the struggle of confidence, the struggle of, maybe a job, being in a job that you don't like the struggle against life that you may have gone through. Again, 12th house energy, self-sabotaging. We're kind of struggling against ourselves and against our life. I feel like you're coming into this state of radical acceptance of all of you, of all of life, And it creates this ease where you're able to put down that burden and not like resist things so much. And you're able to truly let go of the things you need to let go of. And that accelerates your life exponentially. So, big year for you guys. It's okay if there's some kind of letting go process. That is going to lead you to exactly where you want to be. So, unfortunately, I did forget to do this for Geminis, but I am going to pull a card. So, I want you guys to go ahead and ask a question that you have, maybe about an outcome of something, advice, really just any question. And I'm going to pull a card to answer that. So, pause the video if you haven't asked it already. We're going to see what pops out. Okay, abundance. Wow. If that doesn't go with the Wheel of Fortune, then I don't know what does. So, Empress, Queen of Wands, Wheel of Fortune, abundance. You guys are definitely coming into an era, whether this is as a result of doing this process and it will happen in 2025, or if you're already going to start to feel it. I think you will start to feel it with the Empress card already with it being in Gemini. But you guys are building up your abundance. And I think what's interesting about this and then the Empress is the act of receiving. Oftentimes, it's actually more uncomfortable and more difficult to have like the reservoir, the holding capacity for abundance. And so I think that this whole year for you guys is about building up a larger reservoir, a larger like holding capacity for greater and greater abundance and greater opportunities. You know, if we have to be an energetic match for it, we have to feel worthy of it. And if there is any doubt, not to say it's going to get ripped away from you, but it's going to be a lot harder to truly hold on to that abundance. It's like when people win the lottery and then they spend it all right away because they don't have that self-image of I'm a millionaire. They don't know how to manage the money. They don't have that self-worth intact of this is how much I have and this is how much I'm worth and this is what I expect. And so what they do is they have these self-sabotaging behaviors that makes them end up spending it all, and then they end up with nothing because that is their capacity of what they can hold. And so you guys are building up your capacity throughout the entire year until summer 2025. And then I think things are going to be able to like the universe can truly serve you and serve your plate because you've cleared it all away of all the other debris that was there. And now they can lay it on thick. So that is what I'm seeing for you, Cancer. Very, very exciting. It just turned 4:44. That might be relevant for some of you guys. So if you enjoyed this message, please do comment down below. If you want to check out the other signs, they will be linked in the description box as well. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, share with your friends. I also have an email list so that you don't miss a message from me, a forecast from me in my description box. And I hope that you guys have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, so up next we have Leo, rising and sun. So for my Leos, Gemini is going to be moving through your 11th house of friendship for the next year. So this is going to end about June 2025. So let's talk about this in the cards, and I'll draw the astrology in. So, well, I guess let's just briefly touch on astrology first. So typically with the 11th house, we could have some new community and friends come into your life. You know what? One sec. Yeah. I rolled the dice and it actually flew off the table. And it rolled to 1, which is the first house, which is about the self. So there's definitely something here around yourself and yourself in relationships or in community, yourself, and then how your friends contribute to your life that is likely to come up this year. The 11th house is also not only our community, but our goals. So what are my long-term goals? Who am I trying to become? Those are also really big questions that you might be asking yourself as Jupiter moves through the 11th house. Okay, let's talk about the cards first, and then we'll get back into the astrology, weave it in. So we start off, we have this set up in 3 distinct piles: Jupiter direct, Jupiter retrograde, and then finishing direct, the outcome of this Jupiter and Gemini transit. Jupiter retrograde, or sorry, Jupiter direct initially 6 of Cups and 4 of Cups in reverse. To me, there's something here in your life that I feel like is kind of having you go down memory lane to an extent. There might be something happening right now in your life that reminds you of stuff from childhood, or is bringing up stuff from the past, bringing up memories that might be, I don't know, might not be like the best. Okay. So, with the Siren card describing this, it feels like there's something in your life that's going on where the siren is very enticing. It's something that we want, right? Maybe we wanted it for a while, or we find ourselves seduced by it. We find ourselves drawn to it, even though it's not good for us. With the siren, it's like, it has the song. The siren has the song to the sailors, and then it traps the sailors or it kills them or whatever. So there's something in your life that I feel like has its roots in your childhood. It has this is likely has happened before, or it's reminding you just energetically of something that's happened before, where you are attracted to something in your life. You are very seduced by it. It's like a moth to a flame, but then you get too close and you get burned. And with the 4 of Cups in reverse, it's like you are needing to retreat after getting burned and check in with yourself for alignment. Why does this keep happening? What's going on here? Why does this feel so good but then hurts me? It's like I feel that you guys are, just like attracted to something or someone in your life that isn't actually helping you. And it's like maybe you don't fully know why. And so I feel like Jupiter in your 11th is drawing your attention, and this might be especially to people in your life, but it's drawing your attention to maybe some people and relationships and things in your life that are not really supposed to be there. Jupiter transits get a lot of clout for being abundance and blessings and opportunities, but a lot of times blessings come in disguise. A lot of times opportunities come when other doors have been shut. And that's how I see you guys starting off. There's been a shut door, a blessing in disguise of something biting you in the butt a little bit here, or, you being involved in something that is like a pattern of yours, or a relationship, or it could even just be a behavior. Like, I'm always really attracted to these kinds of activities, or these kinds of jobs, or this kind of lifestyle. But I notice that like once I'm in there, I end up really not liking it, or I end up getting hurt or disappointed or broke, or whatever the situation is. And so I feel like you guys are coming to terms with how your choices are affecting you, what might be underlying this pattern, and this could be, again, around relationships because of Jupiter being the 11th, but it doesn't have to be. So that's what the first phase is about. It seems like a lot of self-awareness is needing to come, but isn't quite here yet. And I think that's why 4 of Cups is in reverse, because you're going to need to go within a little bit. You're going to need to withdraw a little bit in order to gain a little bit more of this kind of clarity and self-awareness around why this is happening and how to stop this from happening again. When Jupiter goes retrograde, I really feel like you guys are getting a lot from this. I almost feel like you're getting more out of the retrograde period than when it's direct. And maybe it's because at some point, Jupiter is going to sextile your sun or your ascendant, wherever you have Leo. So this is going to give you some kind of opportunity for growth here and recognition when Jupiter makes that sextile. And so maybe for those of you who are watching, it might happen more, when Jupiter is retrograde, because that's happening later on. So that's possible for you. Jupiter is retrograding from October 9th to February 4th of next year. So yeah, and it's also retrograding from 21 degrees of Gemini to 11 degrees of Gemini. So if you have planets or your ascendant in Leo between 21 and 11 degrees, it's likely that their retrograde cycles is going to be more effective for you because Jupiter will be sextiling your sun or your ascendant, giving you the blessings of recognition. So that's exactly what I'm seeing here. With this being, with this, first of all, this dice being in the first, rolled onto the first house, this is going to be a time where it's all about you. I think that you're finally going to be, getting the financial rewards you deserve for past efforts. Retrogrades can do that, especially with Jupiter, where things like that have been building up energetically are coming back to you for whatever reason. And with Uranus and Taurus in the second house, maybe money has been like up and down for you or kind of like unstable. And I feel like that's changing. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I feel like that is changing when Jupiter retrogrades between that October and February time. It's like, I don't know. It's like you're almost able to see the bigger picture with this Forest card. I mean, I think that this could represent you spending time outdoors, yes, connecting with nature, especially with this Taurus energy. And I think that's going to do wonders for you. But I also feel like, that saying to see the forest through the trees? I think that there's something to this where you guys might start to recognize patterns. You guys might start to see a holistic picture of something, which makes sense with us being in your 11th house. The 9th, 10th, and 11th house tend to have a larger vantage point of life. And so I feel like you guys might be able to access that a little bit more here, where you're able to start to see the interconnectedness of things, the patterns of things, and the larger like archetype of something, and being able to have that broader perspective or that vantage point is going to help you make very strategic decisions to get your financial life in order. So this could be you starting to invest money. This could be you starting to move to a job where you can get paid more money. You asking for a raise. It's like I don't know. It's just, it feels like you guys are recognizing that you can level up, and you might also have external support. The 11th house is also ruling over benefactors. So you might have people come into your life that benefit you because they are more advanced than you, because they are higher up and they have good intentions towards you. So there's a sense of like you getting up a level in your finances or your career life in some degree, and feeling like you're gaining a strong foothold and getting paid what you deserve. Alternatively, if this is talking about relationships, this could be you entering into a stable, committed relationship with somebody that has equal give with you, and they have maybe similar interests as you. Maybe they enjoy the outdoors like you do. So there's a sense of whatever it is that you're looking for stability with. I feel like you guys are going to find that. I think for many of you, it will be career. But if it's another area of life, I feel like it will become stable and it will start to even out and give you the energy you put into it. And I think it's also because of your ability to recognize patterns and make strategic decisions. So it's not just like happening to you. I feel like you are truly pursuing it, and then the universe is meeting you halfway. So the outcome, we have the Hierophant and then the Ten of Swords. We have the Four of Wands. I pulled a clarifier for the Ten of Swords. I got the Four of Wands in reverse. Okay. Also, one more message about this card. You might have some sudden windfall here with Uranus and Taurus. So it not only represents maybe you were having unstable finances, but you could also have like just money coming out of the blue. Okay, so the final outcome for Jupiter going retrograde again with the Hierophant and the Ten of Swords. So the Hierophant and Ten of Swords to me is indicating that there's something in your life that I feel like maybe you've been kind of like going through the flow with. And this feels very much like 11th house kind of group consciousness of, oh, sure, like I'll do that, or I'll be friends with this person, or I'll go to that trip because everyone else is going. And there's something about this where I feel like you guys are not doing that anymore. The Hierophant has a lot to do with conformity, groupthink, following the orders and decisions of an entity or an organization or group identity. And I feel like that's no longer viable for you. I feel that you guys are becoming more independent, focusing more on yourself with this first house energy here. And I think you're going to realize that the things that you want in life are not going to come to you when you're following the crowd, or, I don't know. I don't think all of you are going to identify with following the crowd necessarily, but there's something about maybe your group of friends and they always do this kind of thing, and you're like, I'm not going to like really hang out with those people anymore because they do X, Y, and Z. Or maybe the people at your work, there's this kind of company culture to overwork, and you're like, no, actually, I'm going to go home at 5:00 and, focus on my wife and kids. It's like there's an energy here around you guys not entirely following the beaten path and the way that the world tells you have to be. And that makes sense also because, as a Leo, if you're a Leo rising, you have Taurus in your career sector in your midheaven, more likely. And if that's the case for you, having Uranus and Taurus, where I rolled both of these die and they are there now, or dice or whatever, you are likely going to have some career changes because Uranus is moving through Taurus right now. It's moving through your career sector. So it is likely that you're going to have some career shakeups that maybe you were like following things by the book and you're like, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go on this other path. So let's say you're going to college and you're going to go get a marketing degree or an accounting degree and go into be an accountant. Maybe you're on that path and you decide, no, actually, I feel like this isn't resonating with me anymore. And what would bring me peace and myself inner harmony would be to break away from this path and go start a YouTube channel. I'm not recommending this. I'm just saying that there's something about this where you're breaking from the way things are done. And this could be in terms of your like friendship group or more like society as a whole. Like people in the US do things like this, so I'm going to do it differently. And it's interesting because one of the other cards that's a clarifier is this Hunter card. And it feels like, are you the hunter or are you the hunted? And there's something here about being the hunter, being the apex predator. You're not going to fall victim to how society churns people out. They tell you to follow this path, get married at this age, follow these rules. And it's like, yeah, society needs some rules to function, but a lot of it is really restricting people's nature and making them live inauthentic to who they are. And I feel like Jupiter moving through the 11th is trying to get you to live more in authentic alignment with who you really are on the inside. And that might look like you making these decisions, like working the system in your own way to be the hunter, to be the predator, to not fall victim to a larger entity that's like telling you how to live your life, like society. I feel like you're the one who's going to be focused and determined and know where you're going, why you're going there, in alignment, working the system in the way that you need to, like kind of like jumping through hoops. And yeah, it's like you're not going to fall in line. You're going to be the leader. You're going to be the one making the decisions. That's like your focus. Like this horse is literally looking into this ray of light that's all funneling into this point. And it's like it feels like all of your energy is focused on one point or one intention. And so you are driven by your vision, by your clarity, by this point that isn't coming from everywhere outside of you telling you who to be, what to do. And so it feels like you're going to be more powerful and quicker to move forward once you embrace some of this energy too. I asked, like, what are you going to get out of this Jupiter in Gemini? And I got the divine wisdom and knowledge card in reverse. So this, to me, the knowledge in reverse to me feels like you are not, like, you're starting off with this kind of attachment. Like, I want this thing. I know this thing. You know, it feels like you're kind of operating under old programming, the Six of Cups energy, where it's like, yeah, this is what I've always done. This is what I'm doing. This is what I know to be true. And then you're ending with this energy where you're revolting against the system, revolting against how you've always done things or how people tell you to do things or how people around you are doing things. And you're saying, no, I know what's authentic to me now, and I'm not doing that anymore. And so this knowledge card to me is almost like you guys are changing what you know. You're changing your perspective. Some of you guys might be turning 30 this year because I did roll the dice to 30. So if that's the case, this message is extra strong for you. But you guys are coming, likely if you are 30, you're going through a Saturn return and you're really needing to view your life differently. And part of that is not just falling in line with other people, not just being attracted to things that hurt you. It's having a lot of awareness around what you are worth, what you as an individual want, regardless of outside opinions and circumstances, and getting to know yourself on a really deep level. And then once you put that into practice, like, you will get to know the world differently and you'll start to change your perspective on a lot of things. So it feels like you're a lot more open this year. And the way that you process things, the way that you view things is going to really alter a lot this year. And I see that with the Divine Wisdom card as well. I feel like these cards are really one and the same. I think you're going to be given a lot of divine wisdom and guidance, and it might not be what you expect it to be. Again, it might differ from what you've thought before. So openness and curiosity, asking questions, not having answers is really going to serve you for Jupiter and Gemini in general, but especially you with these cards coming out. So I want you guys to go ahead and ask me a question about an outcome of something, advice, just some kind of, support, because I'm going to pull a card now. So go ahead and pause the video, ask your question. So what is the answer for my Leos? So we have reconsider. I feel like this one goes here. I want you guys to ask one more question. One more question about something else entirely. More about the future of something that has not happened. Oh, wow. This one was already flipped over. Remain positive. Okay. So reconsider. I feel like there's something in your life that I already mentioned that you are quite attracted to, drawn to, magnetized by, and I feel like you're wanting that thing to work. And this reconsider card is telling you that whatever you're asking about is likely not going to be the best thing for you in the current state that it's in. It doesn't mean you're not going to have the ultimate outcome of what you want overall, but the current state that it's in is not right. So let's say you want a relationship with somebody and you keep going back with the wrong person. The reconsider card is saying you can have the relationship, but it's going to be someone else, or it's going to be in a different way because the way that it's being done is not serving you. So reconsider your current approach. And that's what I think this whole year is about for you in many ways, is questioning what you already know and remaining positive about what is in the future. Because whatever you see coming up later for yourself, I think is definitely going to manifest. It might take a little bit of time, but it looks like the future is really bright for you. So remain positive about what is to come. So that's what I have for you, Leo. Before you hop off, make sure that you do also watch for your sun or rising sign if you haven't, which you can find in the description box. You can also find my email list there so you don't miss any of these amazing forecasts. Don't forget to also comment down below, subscribe, like, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, up next we have Virgo, rising, and sun. So for you guys, Jupiter is moving through Gemini, which is in your 10th house of career. And this is going to be a little bit more notable just because it's happening in an angular house. What means with that is that it's also making a square to your ascendant. So anytime we have a planet squaring our ascendant, especially Jupiter, it's really pushing us to grow, to get outside of our comfort zone, to try new things. And so this year is a lot about growing for you, especially throughout your career. And so let's go ahead and dive into what I'm seeing for the cards. I broke it up for you in 3 different stages: Jupiter direct, retrograde, and then finally direct again, and the final outcome of this whole Jupiter transit. Okay, so when Jupiter is first moving into Gemini, so now basically, you are having the energy of Five of Pentacles and Emperor. So you are kind of in this phase where you might feel like you are focusing a lot on the future with the Emperor and the future card here. You might notice that your money is not really where you want it to be with the Five of Pentacles. This doesn't have to be money, although I think for the majority of you, it will be concerning money. But I feel like there's going to be some area of your life where you're feeling isolated, where you're feeling like your needs are not being met, where you feel like you are lacking something. And I think that you guys are noticing where you have poverty consciousness, where you have lack mentality, where you feel like kind of like sorry for yourself in a way, or yeah, just like you don't have what you want, or you're struggling in some way. And so with this next to the Emperor card, I feel like you guys are going to use this first Jupiter direct period to get your shit together. The Five Pentacles to the Emperor is like you going from never working out and having no muscle mass to being jacked. There's kind of this energy of being totally broke to being wealthy and master over your time, money, schedule, energy, relationships, things of that nature. I really do feel like this is quite business-like for you guys, or money-oriented, structure-oriented, especially when it comes to your life. Like, let's say you have money, but you're working a dead-end job, or you're working a job that you don't like. This could be you with the Emperor and the future card here, really starting to gain clarity around what it is that you would like to do instead. What would make you feel like you are in control of your reality, that you can improve your reality, that you can enhance your level of abundance or increase your opportunities. So it feels like you guys, yeah, like having more discipline, more control, having more forethought, making important long-term decisions with this Jupiter retrograde. And that is a 10th house transit, right? 10th house is all about what is the long term? How is this going to affect me 10 years from now? And acting strategically, using discernment and the wisdom of the Saturn. I was feeling very strong Saturn, and we do have that as a dice that I rolled here. I don't know which one is which. But yeah, Saturn feels very strong here, where it's like, I'm getting my life together. I'm making sure that I have retirement. I'm making sure that I'm budgeting. I'm making sure that I'm in a career that has the potential to progress, or in a relationship that has the potential to progress. I'm making sure that I'm being more in control of my impulsive decisions that could have led me to this Five of Pentacles, where I don't have enough. Maybe I spent, frivolously on something, or got into a relationship really quickly and moved really quickly. There's a sense of you becoming, again, very in control. But I think part of the way that you do that is by really understanding yourself. Like, you have to know what led you to those decisions to begin with, to start to piece them apart and use more discernment in the moment. I think that also relates back with your heart a little bit here, where you guys are going to be probably more in tune with what your heart wants. Does my heart really want this long-term thing for me? Do I really want to be poor forever? Do I want to be in this struggling relationship forever? Do I want to be under this boss forever? And your heart is telling you yes or no. And I think that you're really listening to that. With the 4th house here also, I think that you guys are definitely just checking in with how you feel. And I think in many ways you're building up your security, your financial security. You might be buying or building a home, or changing something within the home as well during this phase of time. Gemini, I also rolled a Gemini dice, so I feel like that's just kind of further confirmation that you guys are maybe more adaptable this year, that you're more open to things changing. You are a mutable sign, so that's not a problem for you. And so I really feel like you're going to be riding out the waves and recognizing when you need to respond to something, when you need to change or do something, and you're going to step up to the plate and make those changes. With so when Jupiter goes retrograde, we have the Temperance card and the Fool card. So there's something in your life during this period of time that I feel like you guys are healing from. So in general, when we have Jupiter in the 10th house, we're building up towards that future, towards our goals, towards our ideal career, things of that nature, which I feel like is very much the energy of when it's direct. When Jupiter goes retrograde, it gives us a chance to kind of come back home to ourselves and reflect on this period of growth, reflect on our new beliefs and how we want to handle ourselves or our life differently. And in that process, we have the potential for a lot of healing around the things that, especially beliefs wise, we can really heal the perspectives that got us into that funk to begin with so that we don't repeat those patterns. And so with this Temperance and the Fool card, I really feel like you're shedding a lot of the past. You're healing kind of the ways that you got stuck in this situation with the Five of Pentacles to begin with. And I think that you're coming into a new phase where I was getting that energy of impulsiveness with the Five of Pentacles. Like you entered into something really quickly, or you spent really impulsively, or it's like there wasn't as much intention behind maybe something that you were doing before. And so I feel like you're coming into this phase now when Jupiter is retrograding where you are deciding to take a new journey in some area of your life. Maybe you're deciding to launch a new project or start a new relationship or have a breakup and go off on your own or take a little trip somewhere. But there is some kind of energy around you guys moving forward on a new path, but you're doing so from a really temperate place. Like you're really balanced. You're practicing patience and moderation. I feel like you're reflecting and healing a lot of the parts of you that were feeling impatient, that were feeling impulsive, that wanted what it wanted right now and didn't necessarily consider the long-term implications of things. I feel like you're becoming much more Saturnian in your viewpoint. So it's like if you want to enter into a relationship, you will probably spend a lot longer in the process of, analyzing yourself and this person and the future and whether that actually makes sense instead of just following your infatuation, for example. Or if it was, with money, maybe you're like really having a plan for your money and you're using a lot more self-control when it comes to the immediate decisions around spending. You have a plan or a process for how you go about that so that you're not acting from a place of impulsivity. And so it feels like you're, again, healing the energy that led to imbalance, that created excess, which eventually created, excess of spending, excess of, speed or whatever that led to some kind of lack in your life. If you're overdoing something, it can deplete it. That's what I feel like you started off this Jupiter transit with. Once it goes retrograde, I think you're going to be coming to terms with how that happened. Heal that so that you can start fresh, start on some kind of new path with moderation and balance and patience so that things are never going into excess like that again. Okay. We wrap up this Jupiter direct with the Page of Swords, Two of Cups in reverse, Judgment card. We have Patterns in reverse, and we have this Riddle card. So a couple messages here. First of all, with the Heart and the Riddle, I feel like a lot of you guys are figuring out yourself. I think that there's a lot of, this card talks about there being some element of life that you're not going to ever fully understand, and that being okay, and like being okay with that enigma or that mystery of life. But the Riddle card was also talking about having some kind of breakthrough. And the Judgment card also gives me this energy of a breakthrough. So there's something about, I feel like it's yourself, especially with the Two Cups in reverse. There's something about yourself and your patterns that I think you're having some kind of breakthrough with, especially when it comes to love. With the Riddle and the Heart next to each other, it's something about the way that your heart works, the way that it tells you to go in this direction or that, especially in relationships, but not only relationships, that I feel like you guys are coming to unravel and understand the riddle of your inner workings and yourself. If you're turning 30 this year, this is a very important year for you. Also, this 30 on this dice can also represent the last day of the month being very important. All the 30ths of each month. something to consider there. So basically, I feel like there's something going on here with you guys where you are understanding that there's something going on in your relationships that isn't to your liking. Maybe you notice that patterns keep reemerging, that if you're insecure, that you're insecure in many relationships and that it's carrying through and you're feeling frustrated about that. Or maybe you find that you struggle with codependence in a lot of your relationships and that keeps reappearing, that you start off strong and then you end up too intertwined. Or maybe you find that you struggle with, boundaries or whatever it is, falling for the wrong person who's not committed. There's a sense of you guys becoming very aware of your patterns, recognizing them, and deciding to think differently. With this Page of Swords and the Judgment card, it's like you're having a wake-up call, a breakthrough, and something could happen. Like some of you guys could have a breakup or an ending to a relationship, and this could be the impetus that pushes you into recognizing that you don't want this again. It pushes you into this deep self-work and maybe therapy and self-awareness that helps you get out of some kind of paradigm that you're stuck in mentally. And I feel like you guys are going to have, again, this kind of curiosity or a different way of looking at life that is truly going to help you see what is going on in your relationships and how to do them differently so that you don't just keep rewinding and entering into the same dynamic again and again and again, which is the pattern card. It's interesting because as a Virgo rising, I did roll the dice for Saturn, and Saturn is in Pisces in your relationship sector. So you are in a period where you're doing a lot of karmic work around relationships. If you're in a marriage, you'll find that a lot of your bullshit comes up. A lot of marriages can end when Saturn goes into the seventh house. Sometimes relationships in general can end, but it can also solidify relationships and help you really work on stuff and commit to people. So it's really about doing the work, the grunt work, the necessary inner work around your own bullshit so that you approach relationships from a more healed place. So that, again, you're not coming with as much confusion around yourself or patterns that you're playing out unconsciously. And so I think that's really what you're doing around the time of the end of this Jupiter transit. I'd be curious if, I had to look at my Astro app, but I think that, I'd be curious to see if Jupiter is going to be sextiling Saturn at that time, because that would make a lot of sense as to why this is happening. But it's going to help prepare you for the future, for the right person, for you to achieve the right goals. And it's all about making sure that you're not carrying the bullshit with you. So there's 3 distinct phases here. It seems like you're accomplishing a lot throughout this year. So I'm going to wrap up but again, I guess one more thing I want to say is you can really expect career growth this year in particular, if that's a concern for you. Okay, I want you guys to ask a question about the outcome of something or about your manifestation, something that you're curious about, advice, timing, and I'm going to pull a card for you. So you can go ahead and ask that now. Pause the video if you haven't. So what do you want my Virgos to know in regards to the situation they're asking about? Okay, we have a yes. So whatever you asked, we have a yes. If you are wondering if you're going to meet, the love of your life, this is a yes. If you're wondering if you are going to find some career success, this is a yes. If you're wondering if you're going to be able to stop some kind of pattern, this is a yes. So it's a positive answer. And if you ask something negative, like, am I going to get sick? I feel like this is the positive answer of that. So it would be a no, you're going to be healthy. Like, yes, you're going to be healthy. So just keep that in mind. It's a time of definitely things improving and healing for you in some really big ways. So that is what I'm seeing for you, Virgo. I would love to hear your comments down below. Don't forget to also check out your sun or your rising sign, which I will link in the description box. You can also find my email list there. So if you want to subscribe so you don't miss a reading and additional information that I only provide to my email list, and I would definitely check that out. It's free. Don't forget to also subscribe, share with your friends, give me a thumbs up, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right. Up next, we have Libra rising and Libra sun. So you guys are going to be having Jupiter moving through your 9th house in Gemini. And Jupiter does quite well in the 9th house because there is a correlation between the meaning of the 9th house and Jupiter, which is basically a lot around our religion, our beliefs, our philosophy of life, foreign travel, expanding and growing as an individual, a lot of personal growth and development. So all those themes could really be highlighted for you this year. And it's funny because I that fits the first card, I feel like, really well. I did break this up into 3 sections. First, when Jupiter is direct, then retrograde, then when it finalizes its direct path, and then moves into the opposite sign. So, or the next sign. So let's start off with the 8 of Pentacles. So I really feel like you guys are in a phase right now of building yourself up. This could look like you practicing some kind of skill, developing some part of yourself. Maybe you are trying to show up consistently at the gym. Maybe you're working on, this is often work associated, so it could be that. Maybe you're working on, a new way of approaching your career, and you are going back to school. That's a very ninth house theme as well. Wanting to study something new, learn a new skill, improve yourself in some way to make you, more appealing on the job market or whatever it is. So I feel like you guys are in a phase of expansion where you are again trying to learn new things. I did pull the Knight of Wands in reverse, which can have to deal with it can deal with scattering your energy a bit. So did you see that? The light just flickered and we're having a storm right now. So that might be relevant for you guys. Yeah, so maybe you guys that might not be relevant for everyone, but some of you guys may be scattering your energy or moving forward towards something. What? This is crazy right now. Moving forward towards something with a lot of haste. And I feel like, let me pull a card of advice here. So how do you want Libra to best navigate this energy? Okay, so we have the 4 of Pentacles in reverse and then the 10 of Wands in reverse. So the 10 of Wands in reverse is interesting because it's about putting the burden down. And the 4 of Pentacles in reverse is often when we're saving a lot of money or we're keeping our cards close to our heart. So there's something here where I feel like you guys have been maybe really protective of yourself, or maybe something has come up that has made you feel like it's draining you in some kind of way and you need to fortify yourself, or maybe you're afraid of not having the money or the resources or something that you need. So I feel like you're developing some kind of skill in order to protect yourself against future frustrations or future issues. It feels like, normally the Knight of Wands upright is all about our passions and freedom. It feels like you guys are making a sacrifice and deciding to get really focused and disciplined with something so you might be temporarily limiting your freedom right now so that you can set yourself up for success later or create a greater amount of security for yourself so that you don't become overburdened or burnt out, or so that you don't put all your eggs in one basket. If you're working at one job and you're I don't know if I want to do this for the rest of my life, maybe you start developing another skill so you could do something else in the future and be more safer on the job market because you'll have multiple skills you can fall back on. And so there's this sense of temporarily feeling maybe a little bit less free, but I think you're actually going to be excited about whatever this is. I just think you're going to maybe take on some more in order to protect yourself, preserve yourself for the future. So that's the current phase that you're in. I think, ninth house is very future oriented. So I feel like you guys are more in that mindset right now, and you're having you're knowing what it needs to take basically in order to set yourself up for success later down the line. So we also have this 7th house here. I did roll this dice and I have 7th house Aquarius, Uranus energy, and then 27. So some of you guys who are 27, this message might be more applicable to you, or if you're born on the 27th, or if there's something important scheduled for the 27th. But with Uranus and Aquarius and then seventh house, there could be this feeling of like a little bit more distance in your relationships. Maybe your relationships are like disrupted, or you're not feeling as emotionally connected to people in your life during this phase, or during any of these phases, really, which is weird because, Jupiter in Gemini is very social. It tends to be very connected. But with this Uranus energy, it just feels like there might be some changes in relationships that actually takes you away from your partner, or away from your friends, or away from your family. Like maybe you go on a trip, for example, which is ninth house, or you're studying this new skill, and it's like physically taking you away and like giving you less available time with the people in your life that you're normally with. So there's something here where relationships, I feel like, not that they're taking a back seat necessarily. I feel like they are very prominent because the North Node is still in your relationship sector. But I feel like they need to come second in some ways. Like, yes, they're a focus for you with the North Node, but also the North Node is in Aries still. And so there's something still about this where you need to make sure that you are taking care of your needs, you are building yourself up, developing yourself in the way that you want to, and then focus on others, which I think is a strong message for my Libras, who can kind of overextend themselves for people sometimes. So you might have just like some shakeups and new things happening in relationships. You might meet new people, different kinds of people, unique types of people. You might meet foreigners, for example. And yeah, so it's like not trying to, I feel like in the relationship sector, not trying to have things be the same as it's always been. It's like updating it, viewing it through new lens, giving yourself space if you need space to do something, meeting new people. It feels like allowing that area of your life to have a breath of fresh air, basically. This middle section is about Jupiter retrogrades. With Star in reverse, Queen of Swords upright. It seems like we got two messages here. So let's start off with these two first. So Star in reverse is typically a feeling of like disconnection from source, from other people around you. It's really interesting to have this because it's often a card of like where we're losing hope. Star upright is hope and faith and feeling really spiritually connected. And in reverse, it's the opposite of that. So there's something in your life that might be happening during Jupiter retrograde. This is in your ninth house, right? So this is about faith. Literally, the ninth house is about religion, faith, trust in the universe. So when it goes retrograde, you might have some things happen that ask you to reevaluate your beliefs. How much do I believe in this thing that I've invested into? How much do I believe that God will have my back? And I'm not saying that you're going to question everything, but there can be some existential thoughts that come up that is having you adjust your beliefs a little bit. And it's not to say that like you don't want to have faith. It's just that the things that you might have fully believed in before might alter in some kind of way because of discernment with the Queen of Swords, because of the truth. I feel like you're going to be seeing the truth of something. So let's say, for example, you're in a relationship with someone and you might start to feel like, actually, I don't know about this person. Like I had my rose-colored glasses on. I was blind to the situation, and now I'm like not so sure I have faith in this relationship, and I'm starting to see the full truth with glaring clarity and no bullshit with this Queen of Swords, where things might not be as I really thought they were. And so I feel like you're going to have this kind of like wake up call where you're reassessing and kind of going back to the drawing board in some type of way with a belief that you might have, or an investment in your faith into some area of your life that you are realizing was maybe not totally accurate. And it's trying to recalibrate you with the full picture of the truth and the clarity of what's really happening, and then have you reestablish your faith in the true circumstance. That's one message. That could be any area of life for you guys. Then we have 9 of Pentacles, 4 of Swords. So I also feel like Jupiter retrograde is going to give you guys an opportunity to maybe take some time off. Like you might have some time, some like vacation time, or you might find a way to like reevaluate how you go about making money or taking care of things in your life so that you're able to do it in a way that's less tiring. It just feels like you're having abundance without having to do necessarily all of the work for it. And it's like things, you're financially independent and you're able to rest. You're able to reflect. You're able to take some time out to maybe go on a spiritual retreat or meditate and still be taken care of. And maybe you will still work, but you'll just have more downtime or more time to reflect. But there's a sense of being on your own a little bit more, having some time to sit with yourself a bit more and, decide like what is really important to you. So it feels like this is a time of a lot of reevaluation for you guys. And then when Jupiter goes direct again, that's when we see like the full culmination of what this transit has meant for you. So this Jupiter will end its time in Gemini in June of 2025. So each phase has its own kind of long period of time to breathe. So basically from February to June 2025 is when it goes direct for the last part of the cycle. And I do have a message here that I honestly don't know if I want to share. But okay, I'll just share it. I just don't want to scare anybody. But the Queen of Pentacles with the Death card, the Queen of Pentacles reversed with the Death card. The Queen of Pentacles is pregnant, and next to the Death card, the first thought that I had is that some of you guys could have some kind of like pregnancy loss if that's something that you're trying to go through. And I'm not trying to like predict something so negative. It's just something that came to mind. So I thought I would, I guess, share that. But another way to interpret this with the Queen of Pentacles is like a creative project, like something that you were working on that fulfills you on a lot of different levels. But also like the primary level is in a practical sense of like, okay, my job, like, I work on this thing and it pays me and it takes care of me. So there's something about this with it being in reverse and with it also being next to the Death card where you guys could have an ending to some kind of creative project, something that you were trying to birth. I think that's where the imagery is coming from. It could be literal for some of you, but it just seems like there's an end to something that you were trying to like bring to the light. And it could signify a transformation of it where it's like you initially thought it was going to be one thing and then it turns into another. But it does feel like something is going to end in your life in terms of like a project or work or something that you've been working on to release into the world. Another way of looking at this is that Queen of Pentacles reverse can deal with difficulty with work-life balance. So let's say you do have a kid and you're working. It's like you might have a struggle between how to navigate the balance between these two. And it could feel really difficult for you. Like, how much do I rest? How much do I self-care versus work? I don't know. And this Death card could signify a transformation around this where you're no longer struggling with this. Maybe you find your groove, you find the right schedule for you, you find that you have like the right amount of security that you're looking for and the right amount of leisure time. So there's a sense of like getting a better balance within your life and knowing how to manage properly like different parts of your life. I also pulled the Knowledge card. So I feel like in this Jupiter and Gemini experience, you're going to learn a lot. Like Jupiter in the 9th house is about learning, like, buying a book, taking a course, going to a different country and getting an immersive experience. I definitely feel like you're going to get a lot of knowledge about a specific topic that may be relevant to this message here around the thing that you're birthing, and that changes your mind about something. Or maybe if you're wanting to get pregnant, maybe you learn a lot about what pregnancy does to your body and you decide, I don't want to do that. Or maybe you decide you need to change how you take care of your body in order to prepare for that. Or maybe you're deciding you're wanting to change something up within your work. And so you are learning something new. So that's kind of the message I got at the beginning. But it just seems like you're gaining a lot of knowledge and wisdom from the experiences this year. I also pulled this Poet card. And to me, this is a lot around like making something out of your experience, like making art out of it. And if there is some kind of loss with the death card in this poet, I just really feel like the birds flying off into the sky, if there is any kind of like loss or letting go happen, I feel like you're going to make like something out of it. There's like, it doesn't, what this card was saying was that the work of the poet doesn't go away. It's eternal. It might not be valued initially by society in the terms of like our money and things like that. Like people are not, talking about poets necessarily all the time on social media, for example. But even if the masses are not like immediately enjoying it, there's something about the poet's work that in the book it was saying that it touches on these really human experiences that are everlasting, and they don't ever become antiquated. They don't ever become irrelevant because they are universal. And making art out of the raw human experience and the depth of emotion of what it feels like to be human and have these ups and downs, I feel like this is what you're doing with something in your life. Like you're making meaning out of things that have happened in your life. You're coming to understand more of yourself and more of your life. The ninth house is how we make meaning, how we philosophize about things. So I feel like you guys are coming into a greater sense of faith, but not just like blind faith, which I feel like you were in with the star reverse. You were contending with blind faith. I feel like by the end, you are realizing that you have faith, but it's also you've spent time like truly digesting your experiences and understanding the purpose and the meaning behind them. And this is your faith or part of it. And so, yes, it feels cathartic. Maybe some of you will write or create some kind of artistic piece, especially if you do go through something. But regardless, I really feel like you're understanding like more of the meaning of life and meaning of experiences that you've been through. And there's something that will be everlasting about that and carry with you for the rest of your life. So before we hop off, I wanted you guys to ask a question, maybe about your manifestations or about an outcome of something. I'm going to pull a card for that now. So what is your question? What does Libra need to hear? Wow. Okay, we have remain positive. Yeah, especially during this middle phase, which is where I felt called to pull this card or put this card. When Jupiter is retrograde in this October to February time, October 2024 to February 2025, I really feel like you guys might be going through a lot of internal work and questioning a lot of things. And again, maybe sometimes losing your faith. Other times, maybe you'll feel really good. I definitely think financially you'll be fine throughout. But I think it's trying to say, just remain positive. See the good. Don't let yourself get dragged down by these thoughts. Like, it's okay to have them. It's actually important to have them. It's important to ask questions because it strengthens your understanding of things and your conviction around things because you've turned it over in your head. You've examined it and felt into different facets of it. And so if you're able to do that, it can help solidify your faith in a much stronger way to have doubted it at times. And it's just important to not let it get you down so much that you never like bring your head up for air or that you become overly reliant on logic, which is very Gemini, Libra, air signs. They tend to be very logical. You don't want to like go so far the other direction that you stop believing in miracles or stop believing in things that can happen outside of our conscious awareness. I think it's leaving room for God, leaving room for the divine to happen and remaining positive about things in your life that maybe you can't see how they're going to work out or you don't know how it's going to improve or you don't know something about it. And it's like remain positive, and leave that room for, again, the miracle to kind of come in and take place and for things to unfold in ways you never imagined. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Libra. Don't forget to watch your sun and rising sign. If this isn't it, in the description box, I will have that linked. You can also find my email sub list there. And so subscription. So if you want to have access to all of my readings And also, like, I like to post greater context to the new and full moons. And I just feel like the emails are a really rich resource, and I don't share that anywhere else. So if that's something that you're interested in, definitely subscribe. It's free. And then also subscribe to my YouTube channel. Please comment down below if you enjoyed this or resonate with it in any way. Please give me a thumbs up, share with your friends, and also have a beautiful day. Thank you. Bye. All right, up next we have Scorpio rising and sun. So this Jupiter through Gemini transit is happening in your 8th house for this whole year, from now until June 2025. And I separated this tarot reading into 3 parts. The Jupiter direct, which is going to be from now until October, Jupiter retrograde October to February, and then Jupiter direct for the final pass from February to June of 2025, rough dates. So let's talk about this. First of all, the 8th house in astrology is linked to, sorry, my cat's like jumping around. The 8th house in astrology is linked to our shadow self. And I definitely am seeing some of that come out in your cards. Jupiter as a planet is often really blown up as a planet of abundance, good fortune, generosity. Those things are true, but Jupiter also tends to bring us towards our blessings through some type of struggle. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a struggle, but it's just that Jupiter isn't always saying that you can have what you want on a silver platter. Sometimes you have to go through a breakup. Sometimes you have to kind of crawl yourself out of that situation, maybe out of debt, for example, or going through a big life transformation or transition. And Jupiter gives you the light of looking positively on that, finding meaning in that, growing from it, and then you get rewards from those experiences. So it's not always the easiest, especially when it's in your 8th house. And I did also roll the dice for eight, which is just the 8th house. So I definitely feel like this is going to be a year for you where you're doing a lot of the inner work, the psychological work, the shadow work that comes from facing different parts of yourself. And oftentimes that is because there are outside circumstances in life that challenge you in some way, that force you to self-reflect, that force you to look back on these parts of yourself. So that's really what I feel like is going to be happening for you guys. So let's start off with the cards, jump right into it. Chariot in reverse, Devil upright. So Chariot upright is typically about us moving forward in life. We have a lot of willpower. We have a sense of direction. We know where we're going. And so when Chariot is in reverse, there could be some delays, basically. But it's interesting next to the Devil card. This does kind of feel more positive to have these 2 cards together, because I feel like it's saying that instead of just moving forward on things in life and ignoring like existing issues, I feel like you guys are bringing a lot more discipline and into the habits and the things that have been thwarting your well-being or your success in some way. The Devil card is where we are quite attached to things. Maybe we have an addiction. Maybe we're attached to a person or a bad habit in our life. Maybe we have limiting beliefs that we're attached to that hold us back. But there's this feeling of being like wrapped in vines of our own choosing, and we want them there, but we also don't want them there. And that's the Devil energy of like, stay here, stay in this low vibe energy. Stay in this situation, keep doubting yourself. And I feel like this Chariot in reverse is saying that you are having the discipline to choose differently. And I think it's ultimately helping you get unstuck from some of this really trapped energy that can happen with the Devil, where we really do feel like we can't escape from our own choices and our own undoing and our own shadows. So I think a lot of this is you're going to do a lot of personal development in the first half of this Jupiter direct. I did pull the tear and the venom. So I feel like these cards are really strong. And I think that they kind of show some of the internal experience of this first Jupiter direct. With the Venom card, it's really important to accept and fully see and honor the shadow self. And the Venom can indicate the aspects of ourself that are toxic to ourselves or to others. They are the aspects of ourselves that are painful to look at oftentimes because they're not pretty. They are not socially accepted. They are hurtful. And what I think is happening is you guys are looking at yourself holistically. You're looking at the dark parts of the psyche along with the light, but I think the 8th house tends to be quite dark. And so you're looking at these dark tendencies, feelings, beliefs, past emotions, patterns within the family, attachments and habits. You're looking at anything related to that feels toxic to you. And you are cathartically processing it with this tear card. You are feeling the feelings behind it. You're seeing this part of yourself, drawing light to it and bringing healing to it. Instead of neglecting it or rejecting it or disowning it, you're fully opening your arms and accepting this part of the self. And by doing so, it's creating this relief. You know, when you cry, you can have a lot of fear around crying. I personally sometimes struggle with that. But you know, you can have fear around crying, and it's like you feel it building up in you. You feel it building up in you, and then you finally let it out and you release it after trying to hold it back so much, and you feel this immediate relief. And that's what this is like, where you sense that the shadow is there. You sense that there's something that you're doing or a part of that you're attached to that's toxic for you. You sense that you're stuck in some kind of pattern, but it's easier not to, it's not easier, but it's like a fear around releasing it. A fear, if I acknowledge it, it becomes like wild, or it can take over or whatever. I don't know what the fear is exactly. Like if you're having a fear around crying, maybe fear of vulnerability, fear of fully being seen. There's something there that can really come up for you. And you can try to hold on and not look at those parts of yourself. And then once you finally do, it's like this huge relief. Because it's like that part of you is, imagine it's like a little inner child almost. It's not really how I see it, but if you imagine we have different parts of our personality, it's like this one part that constantly gets rejected and ostracized from the group, and then they're finally acknowledged. And the amount of relief to be included, to be recognized, to be seen, to be heard, to be talked to, there's that part of yourself that needs that reassurance. And I feel like you will cry at certain periods of time, and it will relieve you from the attachment that is likely happening through unconscious behavior. It's like I'm perpetuating this attachment by not fully waking up, by not fully seeing all of myself, and by ignoring things. I can just like humdrum my way through life, you know, ignoring how I'm feeling truly underneath it all, because those feelings are what's driving this attachment or these toxic behaviors or beliefs. And then when I finally look at them and I feel the feelings associated with them, they don't have a hold on me anymore. I can feel my feelings, and I don't need these coping mechanisms that are actually really unhealthy and holding me back from progressing in life, which is also why Chariot is likely reverse. So a lot of inner work is being done. And then we get into the second phase when Jupiter is retrograding, and we have Justice in reverse and 8 of Cups. One thing I do want to say, actually, before we move on to this, with the Saturn and the Virgo next to each other on these dice, is there is a little bit of an emphasis on being overly self-critical. And so if you identify with that, I think for some of you guys, that might be part of the attachment or the fear or the energy here, is that sometimes you can be really hard on yourself. And you can maybe feel like, oh, I'm not doing good enough. I'm not far enough in life. I can't achieve this. like whatever it is you're telling yourself, there's a strong perfectionistic air of feeling that you're like that you can never catch up almost. And so I feel like you guys are needing to combat the inner critic as well, like the part of you that feels like I'm never enough, I'm never doing enough, I'm never far enough. That's a very like Virgo Saturn experience. And so I think that you guys are having to contend with that quite a bit at the time of this Jupiter in Gemini. So Justice in reverse next to Eight of Cups. It's weird. I almost got this like pity party energy here with this. Justice in reverse is about like things feeling unfair. Eight of Cups, it felt like this sadness. Even though Eight of Cups is usually about like letting something go or walking away from something. I really kind of got this like one of the messages is maybe there is some kind of pity party where you're feeling like everyone else gets this. You know, I'm disappointed. Like everyone else gets to have this experience and it's not fair. I don't get my rewards. I put in all this effort and it doesn't happen for me. Why? And it's this feeling of like, I feel, you know, abandoned by the universe. I feel like I'm not supported. And it could lead to some kind of creative rut with this card in reverse, creative spark in reverse. You could go through a period where you start getting overly critical of what you're producing, what you're putting out there, what you're doing in your life. And it could start making you doubt everything that you're doing with the Saturn Virgo energy to the point where you're like, okay, I'm not getting the results that I'm looking for. And I'm having a lot of this self-doubt, and maybe this means that I'm not supposed to do this. Maybe I'm not good enough. And it's like you're kind of going back to this energy here where you're facing a lot of limiting beliefs. You're facing these kind of, you know, scary parts of life that, you know, there's parts of you that might believe that or fear that. And so I can see this like, it gives me a very Neptunian energy where you're giving your power away. You are feeling like, the universe didn't give me what I wanted, so I can't do anything about it. Like it's wanting to almost like escape back into these attachments because of the feeling of not getting your just fruits. And what I feel like the message from this card was with the creative spark is to go back to our sense of play. What would it be like if you just took some of that pressure off? Because I feel like a lot of the Saturn and Virgo energy is stifling you. And, you know, if I don't get results and if I don't achieve this and if I don't earn this much money or appear this way, then, or if I don't get this kind of person or meet or marry by this age, it's like if I don't do that, then X, Y, and Z, or I'm not good enough or whatever that means. And it's just stifling the energy within you that wants to be just free. And so my recommendation for this period of time is to really focus on coming back to just play. What would it be like if there weren't pressure in the situation? What would it be like if I took expectations from society, my own standards, my own critical voice, other people's expectations and whatnot? What if I just took that and I just said, okay, I see this. I'm just going to shelf that for a second just because it's not serving me. I'm not getting results by looking at that and worrying about that. What if I just in some ways like went back to the drawing board and allowed myself to just creative free flow, write what I want, draw what I want, not put any pressure on myself to put it out there, not put any pressure on myself to achieve something with this, and can truly just kind of like have fun. Maybe I just go on a few, if it's talking about people and dating, maybe I just go on a few dates and I'm just like putting myself out there, having fun. No, I'm not having any expectations getting married. I'm just going back to the stage of this being easy, of what would it be like if this just flowed, or if I didn't have to reach something from this or achieve something from this. What if I could just enjoy it? And so I think that that's part of your journey here, is learning how to let go of some of the control and allow yourself to come into this state of play and a free flowing energy, and allow things to move through you and you to express yourself naturally, and try to let go of some of the toxic sides of yourself or toxic thoughts that could make you feel like it's not safe to do that, or you don't have time to do that, or you shouldn't be doing that. Like, let that go for a second and just give yourself some space to fully play. And then the final outcome, we got the Six of Wands in reverse. We have the Page of Swords, which I like this given what I just said. And we have the Six of Swords. Interesting to have two sixes, and the King of Swords in reverse. Okay, so let's start off with the Six of Wands in reverse. So what I feel like this is in many ways, I feel like you guys are being okay with having like less in a way. The Six of Wands upright is like, I want the notoriety. I want to achieve, this in epic proportions. I want to reach this massive audience. I want to feel like, I have this epic love and people are jealous of me. It doesn't have to be like that. But the Six of Wands in general has a very out there, like publicly recognized big energy of achievement and success. And with it in reverse, it's almost like you guys are redefining what success even means. Maybe I don't have to compare myself to a billionaire. Maybe I could be happy with where I am right now and work towards a different version of success than I originally was putting the pressure on myself to achieve. So with this, it could be, maybe I really wanted to have this big dream, but then I realized actually, I think I might be happier if I had this instead. And that's not as big as I thought it had to be. Maybe I'd be happy, like, even though, I'm 30 and single, maybe I'd be happy just, having a boyfriend. Like, instead of going in and feeling like, oh, I have to find my husband. I got to get married. I got to have kids. It's like, what if I just have fun playing and dating and then enjoy just the process of having the partnership instead of having to make it reach a certain level and compare everything against that level and not feel satisfied unless it's there. It's redefining your success or having the success be something that is internal, that is private, that is smaller, like things that you, things that are still very much worthy of celebrating, but that maybe don't fit like your original really harsh expectations, but they give you as much fulfillment, if not more. And with this Page of Swords, it's like you, from achieving this version of success or redefining success, then you have a lot more like openness. You have a lot more ideas. You communicate with different types of people. It opens you up a lot more to receive new ways of thinking about things, which is the essence of Gemini. It wants to be curious. It wants to ask questions. It wants to learn, to grow, to adapt. And it can only do that from a place of openness and willingness. And you have to feel safe. You have to feel like you're at your baseline in order to be able to be curious. If you are super worried about, dealing with these thoughts of not being good enough and being behind, you're not going to have an imaginative, open mind where you can find solutions to things or meet the right kinds of people. You're not going to be in that energy. And so by the end of this, I think it's fully opening you up to your imagination of what else is possible and how else things could look like for you. And removing some of the attachment that you start off with, really, really heavy attachment and stagnancy, going from those like toxic thoughts or beliefs or whatever to this phase of, having some kind of small but significant milestone of achievement and feeling like you're a lot more creative and open and thirsty for knowledge and wisdom and things from the universe and other people around you that you wouldn't have been open or receptive to before. So you're coming from closed to much more open, and a lot of healing is happening through this process. A lot of becoming vulnerable and exposed to yourself, processing a lot of how that feels when you encounter new parts of yourself. And it's only through that kind of shifting through the darkness, sorting through it, that you're able to really redefine your life, who you are, what you want, what success means to you. You know, if you're just moving through life fast forward, you don't have that chance to understand what's the purpose of this? Why am I doing this? What do I want out of this? Why do I want this? And I feel like that's what you're going to come to terms with, these really deep inner questions, and realize maybe what has been driven by fear, by insecurity, by the parts of you that are trying to live up to others' expectations or society's expectations, or, you know, running from things from the past. I think you're going to become really aware of where your desires have been rooted and redefine success and what you should want based off of what is more authentic for you. Okay, so that's one message of the final outcome. You also have the Six of Swords and the King of Swords in reverse. So I feel like you guys are on a journey for what's true here. The Six of Swords is a journey. It's not a destination. It's an unfolding card, a process card, a search. You can even see she has her hand to her forehead looking out onto the horizon. She's searching for something. And she's searching for her own personal truth. And that means that all this other gunk of pressure is kind of being washed away. And because of that, there is this ability to then understand and explore who you really are and what you really believe and what really resonates with you. And so I feel like that's the ultimate journey here, is coming to your own inner truth and this kind of quiet power. It's interesting because this is quiet power and this is personal achievement. You are succeeding. You are having an enhancement of your power and your agency, and you are having these wins, but it's like, it's almost like it's not this big external thing. And that, I think, is what you were looking for. You're going into it like, it should look this way, and if it doesn't look this way, I'm going to be super upset. But it's like you get to this endpoint and you have these major personal transformations that maybe not everyone can immediately see, but you feel the difference in your everyday life, and that becomes enough for you. Not only is it enough, but it's actually like the real win, because this is a lot harder to accomplish than some of the external successes that you might be looking for. And this is likely setting you up for some of the things that you're going to have in the future, especially when, you know, Jupiter moves into Cancer and then Leo. Like, you're really going to start seeing that you grow a lot. And this is some of the inner work that you needed to do in order to prepare you for some of the external successes that you're going to have. And I think you're going to find that you're really satisfied with this at the end, that you're satisfied with this, like this essence of almost like being more childlike. I truly see you coming into a phase of asking questions and in a process of self-discovery that you are going to enact when Jupiter moves into Cancer in your 9th house, which is all about exploration and adventure and learning and personal growth. It's like you are entering into that phase by the end of this, but you have to first confront some of the darkness that has kept you attached to some old things in your life that you're ready to transform and transcend so that you can move on to this next phase of enlightenment, really. So I have one more card that I'm going to pull for you guys. So go ahead and ask a question, maybe about a manifestation, an outcome, something that you're curious about. Pause the video if you haven't thought of it yet. Okay, so the card we got for you guys is Weight and Recovery. Yeah, I definitely feel like if you're asking about some kind of worldly success or some kind of big relationship or something big on the external, if it's going to happen this year, I'm not saying it will or won't happen, but this is not the focus. The focus is doing a lot of the inner work. And if you can set your expectations now, it's going to help you a lot in terms of the pressure that you put on yourself. What if I just told myself that this year is doing a lot of the inner work that I need to do to prepare myself for the success in the year, especially 2 years from now, that I'm going to have? If you're able to do that, wait, am I saying that right? regardless, wait, let me just see real quick. Yeah, that is right. Okay, sorry. I'm just like questioning myself. Um yeah, so the success really I think is going to come when Jupiter does hit your 10th house, and that's going to be when Jupiter moves into Leo. So you have like 2 years basically. Um well, you anyway, not from this point in time. But yeah, okay. So we have 1 year of Jupiter in Gemini, which would be in June 2025. Then one more year of Jupiter in Cancer, and then you'll start to hit Jupiter in Leo. And that's when I think you're going to start to see some of the worldly success. But but this year in particular, focusing on the internal, recovering, healing, processing, catharsis, that is what the focus is on. It's on recovery and healing. And it's time to put a pause on having a lot of external expectations from yourself. So the weight card is telling you to chill out a little bit. It's okay to not have it right away. It's going to come in divine timing when you are ready to hold it and when your life is prepared. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Scorpio. Don't forget to watch your rising sign or your sun sign as well in the description box. You'll also find my email subscription list if you want to join. It's free, and I give you more information about what's going on astrologically. And I also make sure that, of course, I send you all the videos so that you don't miss anything, because oftentimes YouTube won't push my videos. So if you want to make sure you don't miss it, you can check that out there. Don't forget to comment down below if it resonates. Give me a thumbs up, subscribe, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right. Up next, we have Sagittarius rising and sun. So Jupiter is moving through Gemini throughout this next year for you in your 7th house of relationships. So generally, you can expect to meet more people. When Jupiter went through my 7th house, I expanded my friend group, and I learned a lot about myself and how I was within relationships. And so you guys can expect a lot of that to happen for you as well. So this reading, we're going to go over kind of what you can expect in more detail with the tarot cards. I broke it up into 3 phases: Jupiter direct, which is happening now, and then Jupiter retrograde, which is going to happen from October of this year to February next year, and then direct, which is going to be from February next year to June next year. And that'll be the last little bit of Jupiter in Gemini. So let's get into this. So we're first starting off with the 10 of Cups and Lovers reverse. So these cards definitely point to stuff within relationships, especially, emotional things that feel really good, actually. So this is kind of where you're at now. There seems to be 2 different messages here. One of them is that relationships are going well, or that you are in a phase of really loving yourself and feeling like very content with life. So this could be in terms of, if you're single, if you had breakups, in this last year, you are feeling still really like fulfilled and satisfied with your life. This could be strong against self-love, self-relationship. For those of you guys who are in relationships, you might find that it's going okay when Jupiter is in Gemini, that it enhances your relationships and your connection with others, but especially because you are more fulfilled. And when you are more fulfilled, then you show up differently to your relationships, of course. The other message here is that we have the 4 of Cups and 7 of Swords. So I feel like there's something else going on here. And this might be 2 different sets of people. Like, I'm speaking to one group that's doing quite well with relationships, they're seeing it flourish, and then another group that isn't. Or it could be that you have kind of diverse circumstances, and this could apply to another area of life. But the 4 of Cups and the 7 of Swords, the 4 of Cups represents somebody who is receiving something from the universe and is not really interested. They're feeling apathetic. They're feeling disengaged. And the 7 of Swords is often a card related to like betrayal or trickery or deception or illusion of some sort. And so there's something in the energy where I feel that there is a confusion that is going to be analyzed a lot. So the 7 of Swords is one of these cards that, again, is kind of like trickery. And so what can come from this is uncertainty around like how we actually feel about something. Like maybe we are pulling back from our partner, or we're disengaging from something in our life and we don't know why. Or we feel apathetic about something, and we it's like we might be lying to ourselves about the role of something in our life or someone in our life. So it could be that there are really good relationships either with yourself or with a partner, but then there might also be other relationships that, or just, it doesn't have to just be relationships, but for many of you, it will be a lot around that. But there could be something else in your life, especially other connections that you don't know why, but you feel like something is off. Maybe you don't feel as close to them, as excited to see them. Maybe you don't feel like you trust them as much as you did, or you don't like talk as openly with them. But there's this feeling of like maybe being a little bit more uncertain and guarded around the connection or whatever this thing is. And so I think that many of you guys, maybe your romantic life will be flourishing, but maybe there's like a friend or a colleague or someone that you're just like having a weird feeling about. So that could be part of what you're experiencing at the time that Jupiter moves into your 7th house. And I would use this time as a lot of self-exploration. Why do I feel like I'm lacking energy around this person? Why do I feel like I'm not fully trusting this? Like, is there something going on here more under the surface with them or with myself? Like, what analysis do I need to do on myself to really understand where I'm coming from, or where this intuitive like nudge is coming from? It's telling me to look further into this. And so Jupiter in Gemini, it's about analysis. Gemini is about thinking about things, talking about things. This might be going to therapy, just learning about more about yourself, maybe through other people, maybe reading books, taking courses, to understand a little bit more about some uncertain dynamics that could be going on in your inner world that could affect your relationships, or some uncertain dynamics with other people in your life. And then when Jupiter is retrograde, we have, okay, first of all, with this dice, I rolled the 7th house, which makes sense. Again, relationships, that's the heavy focus for you this next year. We also have Taurus, so Taurus and Neptune. So this kind of feels like this dichotomy here of having some really solid relationships with Taurus, like very consistent people who aren't changing. They're not going anywhere. They're there to stay. They feel good. There are going to be relationships like that in your life, and those are going to be growing and putting down even deeper roots. And then we also have Neptune energy, which is like other relationships that might have some falsehoods within them, some deception, where you might see them in one way and then you realize like later that actually they're like this. You know, you see them with rose-colored glasses, or they lie to you about something, or there's just a lot happening underneath the surface and it's not being addressed, and it could come to the light. So Neptune energy usually involves some sort of idealization of something, or glazing or glossing over something that's important, that could represent some type of discrepancy within a relationship or another area of your life. Doesn't have to be relationships, but I think for many of you it will be. And I think over the course of the year, you'll maybe see how there are some people that maybe you just don't want to be as close with, or maybe there's different types of people you want to associate yourself more with, or maybe you just will start to see the truth around certain people in your life that you didn't see before in some kind of way. It doesn't mean the relationships are bad or have to end. It's just, it wasn't maybe what you thought it was, or there's some, you feeling intuitively like there might be more there, could indicate that there truly is more there. So Jupiter retrograde, we have the High Priestess, 8 of Wands, 3 of Cups, transformation card. So I feel like this period of time, you are going to really understand who you're close with. I think you're going to meet more people during this period of time. And if you don't meet more people, I feel like you are going to be really enjoying your current relationships. So going out with them more, spending more time with them. I I'm getting with the Three of Cups, this is a card of like celebration and joy and harmony and people getting along and having fun. So you might go to some kind of event. Maybe you go to like a friend's wedding, or maybe you are celebrating something in your life and you're really seeing how people are showing up for you, supporting you. There's this energy of being surrounded by a community of people you just really vibe with. So if there was anyone that doesn't really fit with your life, I see that relationship changing and transforming to fit and upgrading in some kind of way. Or maybe you just spend less time with them and you spend more time with the people that really uplift you and just feel really good around you. With the High Priestess and the Eight of Wands, I feel like you're really listening to yourself. You're really listening to your intuition. And the Eight of Wands makes me feel like you're taking kind of immediate action on things. Like if you're getting a vibe that something is off, maybe you'll address it right away. It's like you're not letting things build resentment. You're not letting things like build underneath the surface. It feels like you are directing your energy towards the good in life. Like you are wanting to spend your time with the right people. You're investing in the right places. It's like you're not giving energy to the things that you don't want. And you're also not like ignoring the things that are in your life that could take away from the good. So it's like you're addressing the things that need to be addressed and you're focusing on the good, and it's creating more and more cause for celebration. It feels like you are approaching relationships differently with this transformation card. Maybe before you would have kind of just like let things go and not talked about things and like not tried to be problematic and just kind of enjoy things, or not stir the pot in any way, or not, or whatever whatever is opposite for you. If you're someone that addresses things head on, maybe you just let the little things go. Or if you're someone that's quite shy, maybe you decide to go up and start to talk to people. It's like you're changing your perspective and approach to relationships, and you're questioning your current way of doing things in a powerful and transformative way that's going to open you up to greater celebration and connection with people. You're taking initiative and you're trusting that instinct or the intuition of, I'm going to go do this, and you just do it. Instead of thinking about it and like, oh, I don't know, and I don't know if I should approach that person. It's like, no, I'm just going to go up to them. I'm going to just say what I think, to a healthy degree. And I see that with the Warrior too. It's like somebody with the gumption, this Mars energy, somebody with the confidence, the assertiveness to just go out and do what they think is right, to go out and socialize, to go out and meet people, to address the things in the relationship, or anything like that. I really am getting the sense that you are networking, or you are just confident and assertive in your presence, in your existing relationships and finding new ones. So I love this. It feels, again, like you're doing it the opposite as to what you did before. The thing that you used to find challenging, you're going to find it easier now. Jupiter direct, you have 8 of Pentacles and then the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So this could be talking about relationships. Pentacles does have to deal with things that are like material in our life. So it could be like, a person in our life, or a situation in our life that affects our physical reality, affects our day-to-day life. And so I think for many of you, it's going to be like the literal relationships and the physical people around you that you're going to be working on. But some of you, it could be something work related or, otherwise, but I'm going to focus on relationships. So 8 of Pentacles and Page of Pentacles in reverse. The Page of Pentacles is a card of somebody understanding why something didn't work. Like, I understand why this breakup happened. I understand why I had this fight. I understand why I'm being triggered by this. And I'm learning from the wounding. I'm learning from the thing that went wrong or the thing that failed, the breakup. Like, I'm not saying that's what you're going to go through. I'm just saying things from the past that have happened. I see you learning from those experiences and putting new skills into practice. 8 of Pentacles is somebody who's becoming masterful at something. So you are working on your ability to be in a relationship. You're working on your ability to maybe be less triggered. Again, whatever it is that you normally did, I feel like you're doing it totally differently now. So if you were really quiet in the corner, maybe you approach people now and you're working on the skills and you're learning from, again, the failures of the things that didn't go right or the things that kind of led to disappointments in relationships. You're learning from those things so that you can continue to master the skill of doing things in a new way that will attract the right people and maintain the health of the relationships that you're in. So let's say you are somebody who is extremely forward and very, kind of like bold in what you say or outright in what you say. You might try to work on tactful communication and really empathizing and validating the other person and hearing them out before you speak, for example. So those are just taking the opposite kind of approach, but being direct with it either way. With this warrior card, you know what you want, you know what you're doing, you're working on developing that skill, and you're not like, you're not, there's no passivity here. You're very actively engaging and improving yourself and the relationships. And you are clearly trying, and that effort is going to transmute to the people on the other side. They're going to recognize it. They're going to feel it. They're going to see you transform. They're going to change their energy in response to you as well. And I think it's going to improve the relationships themselves. So this seems just all very much enhancing the connection, working on the skill of how to meet people, of how to deepen connections, of how to be a good partner, how to be a good friend, be a good daughter, all kinds of relationships. I see you truly working on the skill of what it takes to be in a connection with somebody. So that's the general message for you guys. I am going to pull one more card. So I want you to go ahead and ask a question about the outcome of something or something that's been on your mind. Pause the video, go ahead and ask your question, and I'm just gonna pull, we'll just see what falls out. Okay, it says wait. So if you have something on your mind, like if you're asking when am I gonna meet somebody, or should I start doing this thing now, or maybe you're asking something else, but it's generally saying that maybe now is not the right time. That's not a no, it's a wait. So there is going to be something here that's coming through for you in divine timing. Trust the process of unfolding. Don't try to rush things. Don't get impatient with things. You are on your right time, and there might be some things that need to be set up behind the scenes or things that you need to work on or face as a person before this can come to fruition. So the answer is to wait. Okay, so that's what I have for you, Sagittarius. If this resonates, I would love to hear in the comments down below. Don't forget to check out your sun and rising sign if this is not one of those, and I will link that in the description box. You can also subscribe to my email list there, and in my email list, I send out, of course, all my videos, so that way you don't miss them. All my forecasts, but then I also offer additional information. So I give more of my own personal synopsis of these readings, and I like that because generally I've spoken so much about the moons that by the time I get to the email, I have more of like a deeper message to say. So if you're interested in receiving additional insight, definitely subscribe there. Don't forget to also comment down below, subscribe to my YouTube channel, give me a thumbs up, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, up next we have Capricorn rising and sun. So for you guys, Jupiter in Gemini is moving through your 6th house of work, health, and daily routines. And I have a lot to say. Generally, wherever Jupiter is, it's going to draw quite a bit of energy towards doing more, expanding, learning a lot about ourselves, growing as people in that area of our life. So you could be doing things to improve your health. You could be sleeping more. You could be working more on getting a routine or a structure down that can improve your life. You could be wanting to be very productive and notice that maybe your work life is improving in some kind of way, or your work relationships are improving. The 6th house very much is about working as a team. So if you are working for a company, I can see that improving for sure. But we're going to go ahead and look at this through the lens of tarot. And I did break this down in 3 different piles. One is Jupiter direct, Jupiter retrograde, and then finalizing the last direct movement. So Jupiter is going direct now, or it's coming into Gemini on the 25th. And then it's going to be retrograding from October to February of 2025, October 2024, February 2025. And then the last little bit is from February to June of 2025. And so this is giving us kind of this inner period to work on some things, review some things. So Let's get started with 10 of Cups, 3 of Wands. I feel like you are entering into this phase with Jupiter moving through your sixth, very excited about what's on the horizon. You are maybe noticing some progress. Maybe you're noticing like things are becoming a little bit easier. You might find that you have a lot of ambition or a lot of drive right now. Maybe you're really excited about something that you are looking towards or you want to have or something that you're working on. So if you are working on your health, maybe you're noticing that you're losing the weight, or you're really excited about your dream body, you're visualizing it, or if it's for work, you're seeing the kind of success you can have and how much you can get done in a day. And there's this feeling of being fulfilled. And there might be some action here, but it also feels like a lot of like dreaming, visioning. um you might be making steady progress towards it, but a lot of this is more talking about like the excitement of the emotion that comes with the process rather than you know reaching something. And I think that's important because there's quite a bit of messages here around judging yourself, comparing yourself. You might feel like at times with the Judge card and Ambition in reverse that you feel like you're not doing good enough, or you're comparing yourself with other people's journeys, and your ambition gets so big that it kind of gets ahead of you in a sense, where you might feel like, they're doing better than me and I'm not doing as good as I could do, and I can do more and I can push myself harder and I can accomplish more a day. I can be better. And a lot of this is coming from the inner critic, the inner judge that is making you feel like what you're doing is not quite enough. So I feel like I'm getting kind of like the split personality, and it's interesting because these cards are both black and white that came out here in the middle, these archetype cards. And there is almost like this black and white mentality. If you're doing well one day, maybe you'll be like on top of the world and you'll give yourself like a lot of, ample credit, and you'll feel that, yes, I'm doing so great and I'm worthy of, eating this food today or celebrating myself, or, it's like this excitement. And then maybe the next day you're crashing and you're like, I didn't accomplish enough today. I feel like, why am I so behind? Why am I like feeling so maybe sensitive today or out of it today? I need to be on top of it. And so I'm getting the sense of kind of this oscillation, which is very much Jupiter Gemini. Gemini has this dual nature. It can change all the time. Some days we're feeling like we're doing things totally great, or some days we're feeling like we're not. And that's kind of this dual nature of Gemini, where again, it's very mutable. It's an ever-changing energy. So you might find that to be a little bit like chaotic this year. And I do see that with this like Mercury card, or this Mercury dice. I definitely feel like there's a lot going on in your head and a very changeable energy to you this year. But definitely like a lot in your head. You might overthink things a lot. And I mean, Jupiter and Gemini, it can do that anyway. And so I think you'll need to be really aware of your thoughts this year, because they are going to be a lot more powerful than in other years. They're going to have stronger powers in manifestation, and they might also kind of get you to go down rabbit holes. So I think a lot of this year is about gaining control over the mind, which makes a lot of sense with the next set of cards when Jupiter goes retrograde. With the King of Swords here, this is somebody who has mastered their mind. This is somebody who knows that when I think this happens. It brings me down. When I eat this type of food, I feel this way, and then it starts this whole cycle. They start to notice their own patterns. They start to notice their own like triggers, what sets them off into this feeling of being behind and always need to do more in comparison. They're starting to see like what sets that up for that domino effect, essentially. And the King of Swords is really good about creating internal boundaries and external boundaries in their life in order to maintain a sense of control and mental clarity and truth. And it's interesting because this card here, this archetype card, is also about truth. So there's something here where you're using the sword of truth, the mental clarity of Jupiter being in a Mercury ruled sign of Gemini, of the mind, to be able to access your logic. Because there is something about this Judgment card with the Ambition here in reverse that feels like it's never going to be enough, and it doesn't matter what you do. And that's entirely illogical. That's emotional, in fact, and it's a wounded emotional place that's coming from. And I think that you're going to be realizing during this retrograde period that you can train your mind to look at this judgment voice that does come up sometimes, and it compares you or whatever, and it has you feeling like you're not enough. And you can look at the data, look at the facts. What did I do today? What could I do better? And not make it an emotional experience, first of all, because you can literally see, okay, well, this is what I can work on. This is what the data shows. This is my next steps. Like, I'm just going to do that. I'm not going to make it mean all this stuff about me and judge myself and get down and feel like I'm behind, and or whatever you can do to yourself. Instead of just being that perfectionistic, you can look at the logic of, okay, if this isn't working, can I try something else? Like an experimental mindset, really. Let me try this on. Maybe this schedule didn't work for me. Maybe this food didn't work for me. Maybe this, way of working with this person isn't working. Let me try this. Let me try that. And it's not an emotional attached place. It's logical. It's Mercury based, right? And so I feel like you're going to be coming into your truth, your power of truth and clarity with yourself, so that you can dissuade the illogical, irrational, overly strict part of the self that's common with, you being a Capricorn. You're ruled by Saturn. Saturn is quite a disciplinarian. It does like to endure and withstand the struggle. That's part of its nature, and that's something that you're going to have to work against. And that's what I see with this Jupiter in the 6th house. It's transforming your relationship with work and discipline, and trying to make you see with clarity what you are actually doing, and reason with yourself as well. Like, no, this is what I accomplished today. That's good. Like, using logic to reason with yourself. If there is also just anything built up on lies, like if you are tearing yourself down for any reason, if that's built on a lie, you will be able to actually see that with clarity. I really feel like there's quite a bit going on here with this 12th house die that's like self-sabotage. And so there could be, especially with Mercury here, there could be some thoughts that have self-sabotage you, some patterns of thinking, some things that you've allowed in your self-talk that really undercut you, that undermine your confidence, that undermine your willpower and your ability to make stuff happen in your life with this Aries. It could cut your ego down, cut down your self-esteem, your agency by being overly critical or by having certain thoughts that are not serving you. And so I think a lot around this year is gaining a lot of control over the mind and helping you build up a really strong sense of confidence so that you're able to make the necessary changes in your life. And that's what I feel like the 6 of Swords is I don't just see logically like what the next step is, but I actually go out and I experiment and I try it. The 6 of Swords is a journey. It's a transition card. So you're kind of like in the process of becoming the person you want to be, but you can't become that person by judging yourself into it. And I think that you're going to realize that a lot this year is enjoying more of the journey a little bit, or understanding it's a process. And why not just rely a little bit more on the facts and the logic instead of these kind of sensitive, distorted, ways of talking to yourself, basically. Then we come into Jupiter direct. So we have Wheel of Fortune reverse, Judgment in reverse. So Wheel of Fortune is about, when it's in reverse, it's about breaking old cycles. And it's interesting because the Judgment in reverse is very much in alignment with this Judge card, where it's talking about being the inner critic, doubting ourselves, ignoring our call towards something, our intuition towards something. And so this Wheel of Fortune card is saying that you're ending the cycle of criticizing yourself unnecessarily. You can be self-critical in the sense that you can have constructive criticism. You can evaluate how things are going and adjust based off of that evaluation. But it's all the stories that come on top of that the problem starts to arise, right? You can look at the data of, okay, I went to bed too late. It's making me feel this way. I need to do something else. But then you start saying, oh, I never go to bed on time, this black and white thinking or this extremist thinking. I'm always doing this and I feel like I'm just this kind of person. I struggle with this, or whatever story you're telling yourself is just adding on these layers and layers of gunk that is not serving you. And so what I feel like is happening is you're peeling back these layers and you're understanding where to have more leeway with yourself, more, like I think that when you look at things, when you look at your life as an experiment, it doesn't become around, it doesn't become about like judgment or absolutist thinking. It's more of like a curiosity and an observation and a tweaking. And you just continue life like that. And I think that's the mindset that you're going to be entering into. And it's going to help you abolish a lot of this self doubt, because the self doubt comes from the inner critic and from the judge. And that is the thing that's actually slowing you down the most. You have this strong ambition and this super strong vision, something that you're really excited about, but it's actually being slowed down by the judge, even though the judge is trying to get you to work harder to speed things up. So it's having the opposite effect of what it's meaning to do because of the nature of it being a shadow part of the self. And so it's really about like working with that aspect of the self, working with all aspects of yourself, and helping you understand that by adding a level of criticism or judgment or story onto something not being the way you think it should be, it's again doing the opposite of what it's trying to do, and it's slowing you down. So with this, I feel like you're truly breaking out of this cycle or this pattern, and you're going through a process of rebirth and radical acceptance with these cards here. Rebirth of yourself. So your rebirth in terms of you are approaching your work differently. Maybe you'll have an entirely new relationship with productivity and with your health as a result of becoming more of a scientist and a curious explorer rather than somebody who is, the judge who knows it all. So you're creating a new relationship with yourself and with what you can accomplish with this rebirth card. I think you're truly accepting also with this radical acceptance, accepting the fact that we're flawed, accepting the fact that you're going to plant a garden and 80% of it will be successful and 20% will die. 20% will not produce fruit. 20% of our time or our days or our things are going to be spent on things that are failures or are fixing mistakes or are wasted time. It's like there's a sense, there's something about nature where we cannot have 100% like productivity. We cannot bear 100% of the fruit of our efforts. There are going to be things that are not working out. There are going to be things that are wasted, that are defective in some kind of way. And that is literally part of the way that God made nature. And we have to accept that. And I think that that's part of what you're going to see here with this radical acceptance card is you're going to accept a little bit of extra room for error, room for flaws and mistakes and things to take longer than they need to. And because you give yourself that little bit of grace, it doesn't even have to be crazy. It's not like you're making excuses. You are just seeing reality for what it is and honoring that. And then once you're able to finally see that holistically and not have this black and white thinking, but see the gray, see the nuance, see how you are actually mirroring the way that nature works, it's going to allow you to be reborn in your relationship with your productivity, with your health, with your body, with your work, so that you are no longer judging yourself. So that's the message I have for you. Before you hop off, I am going to pull a card for you. So go ahead and ask a question, something that's on your mind, something that you're wanting the outcome or timing around, advice around. Go ahead and ask your question. You can pause the video if you don't have one yet, because I'm about to pull it now. Okay, you got 2 cards. So you have unlikely and then opportunity. Okay, so this feels like there's something. This could be, okay, there's 2 different messages here. There could be 2 questions you have. One is unlikely and one is an opportunity. For others of you, you have one question and it's saying that the way that you're looking at it is it's a no, or it's unlikely to happen like you think it is, but there is an opportunity that will come out of it. So maybe this closed door will open up a new door, or maybe this thing will transform into a different function, and it will provide its own opportunity within it. So either the thing will entirely die off and there's another opportunity, or the thing will just look different but it is sort of the same in essence, and that will be the opportunity. So hopefully that is clear for you guys. Not sure. But if you enjoy this, please comment down below. And you can also listen to your sun or rising sign. If you haven't, in the description box, you'll find the link for that. Please also subscribe to my email list if you want to have immediate access to these videos and not miss any of them, because I know YouTube doesn't always send those out. And I also add an additional astrology information there for your support. If you want a reading from me, you can check that out, Cosmic Clarity Astrology. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye. All right, up next we have Aquarius, rising, and sun. This Jupiter in Gemini, which is moving, well, Jupiter is moving into the sign of Gemini on the 25th. It's lasting there for a year, so it's going to be leaving June 2025. There is a cycle of retrograde in between there from October to February, and that is what these middle cards are about. When it goes direct for the last time in 2025, that's what this last one is about, and this is your current energy of when it first goes into Gemini. So let's talk about this. For you guys, Aquarius, you are having Gemini or Jupiter and Gemini in your 5th house. And I'm definitely seeing that in the cards. There's quite a bit of energy around sexuality, desire, relationships, celebration, enjoying your time with other people, connection. So it definitely feels very 5th house. 5th house is one of the most positive houses of the zodiac. It is very much related to our ability to just have fun and have joy in our life. And I think that you guys are definitely going to find enhanced amount of joy and celebration and reason to celebrate this year. So let's go ahead and dive into the cards and the specific message for you, Aquarius. So we start off with the energy of Jupiter moving into Gemini right now, which is 7 of Swords, Queen of Wands in reverse, and the Death and Magic card. So 7 of Swords, this is a card where we can often feel like we are feeling, especially with the Queen of Wands, like we are lacking a little bit of maybe like confidence in ourselves in some way. The 7 of Swords can be a card that represents an imposter syndrome around something. And the Queen of Wands upright is very, very confident. When it's in reverse, it is about self-confidence as well, but often there might be a little bit more of like a journey there where you're having to reestablish a sense of self. So maybe you went through a loss recently and you're kind of solidifying more of yourself. Maybe you moved into a new place and you're going through a transition and you are kind of building yourself up in that place. But there's something where it's like you might feel transplanted. Like I thought I was going to be here and now I'm here. Or maybe not even that, but it's just like life naturally moved you into some new direction in life. And it's like you're trying to gain more traction and confidence, basically, in wherever you are. So if there is any ways that you've been like lying to yourself, or if there's any ways that you've been undermining yourself or feeling like you are keeping to yourself as well, which is very Aquarius, like, oh, I'm not going to go out. I'm not going to put myself out there. I'm going to kind of stay here. And, you know, it's like living a more secretive life behind the scenes. If you've kind of felt like cooped up or, you know, to yourself and not maybe like, yeah, I don't know, like maybe you feel there are some areas of life that are a little bit more stagnant or like need some kind of burst of attention or energy or vitality in them. I see that that's something that you're trying to work on. So if you're trying to work on something within yourself, for example, like, okay, I'm going to start getting better at, you know, growing my confidence and my ability to be seen. This is a very 5th house energy. Or I'm going to start like this hobby and start like having fun with this and try to meet people that way. Like if you feel isolated, for example. So there's a sense of like, if there's a kind of lack of movement or energy, some of that might be self-directed or self-caused. And with this Death and Magic card, I feel like you're transforming that. You're realizing that you're ready to end this cycle of maybe being alone or being kind of stuck or stagnant in some area of your life, or being, you know, feeling not good enough and not putting yourself out there enough. Like anything that takes that kind of courage and confidence and really strong sense of self and visibility and all of that, I think you're working on that. You're working on letting go of what could get in the way of that. If you're fearful, if you're insecure, if there's something from the past that's in the way, or if you're attached to an old relationship or an old place of living or an old, identity, I see you transforming that and becoming more confident in yourself, way more confident in yourself, actually. Then we come into Jupiter retrograde, which I mentioned is happening October this year to February next year. So when we enter into this period of time, this feels very important for you. Really, both of these do. But this feels very important because I pulled this threshold card. So there's something here where it feels like you are on the threshold of a new life. And maybe it's that you're going to meet some really important people that play a really big role in your life. And so, yeah, I feel like you're on this retrograde period. You know that you're like on this precipice of making a huge decision. And I feel like once Jupiter goes direct, which will be like late February next year, I feel like that's when you're going to be jumping in and making that decision, or like fully committing to some big new beginning for yourself. So this could be like a relationship, like you're on the threshold, like you're about to meet somebody. You're putting yourself out there and like about to meet someone, for example. Or you're on the threshold of like blowing up and getting your business or your music out there. And it's like you're literally just on the threshold at the time of this Jupiter retrograde period that you're just so close, but you're not quite there yet. And with this Eros card, I see it's something that you really, really desire. So if this is a person, this is giving very strong sexual energy, which is very much in line with the 5th house of dating and sexuality. 8th house is also dating or also sexuality. In different ways. So I see you having a very strong desire at this time. And it might be for a person. I have Venus in 7th house again, very strong relationship signatures coming through. So we're getting this, relationship planet, relationship house, and then this desire and sexuality card, which is very much associated with sex and relationships. So I definitely feel like someone is going to come through for you if this is talking about a person for you. That is very much going to match your energy with this Aquarius. They might also be an Aquarius, and they're really going to get you. And I feel like you guys are going to have this incredible chemistry and you're just going to click right away. It's a sense of like, yes, this is my person. Or maybe you already are with somebody and you're going to really feel like the relationship is thriving at this time, and you just feel like you're yourself, and maybe you're just very passionate about that person, and you're passionate about your love life, and you'll just see like that growing and growing. So this feels romantic. This feels like desire nature rather than platonic, although I do see platonic relationships here as well. And so I definitely see that, like, again, being on the threshold of that. Maybe you're not like committing to them during this retrograde. Maybe you are putting yourself out there. Maybe you're like, wanting to go further, but you don't do it quite yet, or you're like hesitant. And then once it goes direct, you finally make some kind of like move forward, or some up leveling, or some commitment to something with somebody. This could also be, again, some kind of creative thing. The 5th house is also the house of children and creativity. So if you're wanting to get pregnant, or you're wanting to birth something into existence for people, and you're really, really excited about that, you're like on the threshold of something that could be really amazing. So keep going, like use that fuel, use that desire, to make sure that you don't drop something that is very favorable for you at this time. Also, during the retrograde, we have 2 of Pentacles reversed, 3 of Cups, and we have the Page of Pentacles. 2 of Pentacles in reverse is somebody that probably has a lot going on. So I do think that the 5th house is very pleasure and desire and joy oriented, and typically Jupiter is prone to excess. So it's very possible that you might like let work slide a little bit, or other priorities like cleaning your house or budgeting. Like I can see you getting out of balance at this time. Maybe you drink a lot, maybe you're going out a lot, maybe you're spending a lot of time with friends or a lot of time with your loved ones, and you're not really thinking as much about I need to do that, important thing for tax season. It's like you're kind of, I guess that's not during tax season, but you know what I'm saying? It's really kind of like dropping the ball a bit on your practical duties and doing more of the fun things. And so you might feel like you are disorganized, overcommitted, and like you don't care as much about like the super practical things. But yeah, I feel like you're going to manifest a lot of relationships, and that's kind of where your energy and focus is going, is on these people in your life. Or maybe there's something again that you're really excited about creating that you want to celebrate with people, that you want people to enjoy, and that's where a lot of your focus is going. And so there's other like little, menial everyday like practical tasks that you're like just not prioritizing, and that's okay. That's okay to go through periods of time like that. You might need to just be aware of that, though, that you don't overdo it, maybe overspend, overdrink, overeat, ignore really important things. For example, you just want to be aware of that. Then we enter into Jupiter direct. So this is like the final outcome of this period of time. So you have Water in reverse, Wheel of Fortune, and Nine of Pentacles upright. So these are very successful cards. Wheel of Fortune is about luck, things happening in your favor. Nine of Pentacles is financial independence, feeling like you are getting kind of like the fruits of your labor, the just desserts. I don't know if that's the right thing, but you're getting like what you deserve, basically. And so I really feel that, if this is a relationship, it's like you're starting off really strong. You feel very lucky and blessed in this connection. You're committing to that person. And there's a sense of there being a lot of fruit, or a lot of like, a lot to show for the efforts and things that you've put into meeting somebody and things of that nature. The only thing though is the Water reverse card. Card is where sometimes our emotions get the better of us. Sometimes we can feel that either we're not feeling our emotions, or they're feeling really, really strong, and we're having a hard time maybe processing them, or we're becoming really biased with things. So I can see that the relationship, Wheel of Fortune, Nine of Pentacles, whatever it is in your life that you're wanting to go well, I feel like you're having luck with it. You want to buy a house, that goes well. You want to have some kind of career, advancement, that goes well. You want to meet somebody, that goes well. And you have the opportunity to really solidify it. But with the Water in reverse, you do have to be a little bit more mindful that like, yeah, I guess that if there are things that come up within that process, that you have a healthy outlet for dealing with the emotions. So if you are buying a house and you're lucky with it and you get accepted and everything goes well, but there's natural hiccups in relationships. There's natural hiccups in processes and things, like nothing is entirely perfect. And so it's possible that because things are going so well, that a little thing might seem bigger than it is. So I guess I would say if you're having a big event or something, substantial happen in your life, some kind of milestone, if there's anything, that's not perfect about it, I feel like try to have context, and try not to get like so swept up in the very subjective emotional experience of what you're going through at that time. Let me pull like a clarifier. Let me pull a tarot clarifier for this Water in reverse. Anything else I should know? Again, it seems like everything is really successful. Like things are solidifying, things are picking up for you. You are, again, financially independent. If you felt like unnecessarily like overly attached to someone or something that wasn't serving you, I really feel like you're getting out of that, and you're really in your own confidence and your own like strength of feeling good about yourself, basically. Any clarifier for this Water in reverse? The Sun and the Devil. So yeah, the Sun card is like joy and happiness and excitement, and then the Devil is like kind of like our baser instincts of like, no, I want to party and I want to do drugs and I want to cope in this way and I want to like be attached to this person. It's like our shadow side that is a little bit more like promiscuous, and not just promiscuous like as if that's a bad thing, but it's more so just like doing things that are actually like not good in nature for you, and they're not progressing your life forward. So I feel like there could still be, I think this Water card is kind of warning you about Your life is progressing really well. I think you're going to feel really hopeful, and you're going to have like a clear sense of direction, and things are going to feel good around the status of your life. But I think there will always be, not always, but I think at this time there will still be some level of like, um, potential of overdoing it or coping in unhealthy ways if you feel very strong emotions. Spending too much, drinking too much, eating too much, all those things that I mentioned, those are still possible. Having, some level of like attachment to just like unhealthy coping mechanisms is basically what I'm seeing. If you become emotionally dysregulated because life is going so well, one little thing can make you emotionally dysregulated, and then you could cope in unhealthy ways, even if that means like detaching from somebody. With this Aquarius energy, you can kind of float off, you can kind of escape into your own world. Maybe that's scrolling online. It could be something really, seemingly not harmful, but then when you add it up, it's like you're not actually facing your feelings, you're not processing things fully. And so I think that that's the message here, is to like try to take the good with the bad and like feel the feelings and not rely on unhealthy mechanisms of coping or avoidance or addiction or anything like that. That's, I guess, the final message there. Okay, so we're going to wrap up and give you a chance to ask a question. I'm going to pull some cards, or a card on your question. So maybe a question on outcome or timing for something. So advice, just ask a question and then pause if you don't have one. What is Aquarius? What do they need to hear? What's the answer to their question? Okay, we have take action. So if there's anything that you are asking about, like, should I do this, or is this meant for me? This is your sign to take action on it, that yes, it is meant for you. Take steps forward. The only way to make this thing happen is to put yourself out there and to actually do the thing. Don't delay, don't doubt yourself. You can do this. Take action today. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Aquarius. If this resonates, I'd love to hear it down in the comments below. Don't forget to watch for your sun or rising sign if you haven't. You can find that in the description box. You can also find my email subscription list there if you want to subscribe. You will get access to all my videos and additional astrology information and resources. So definitely check that out. Don't forget to also subscribe to my YouTube channel, like, comment, and share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Thanks. Bye. All right, up next we have Pisces rising and sun. So we're talking about Jupiter moving through Gemini through this next year. And this is taking place in your 4th house of home and family in your past. We are going to have this reading separated in 3 distinct phases. Jupiter direct, which is taking place now till October. Jupiter retrograde, October to February, and then the final pass of Jupiter going direct from February to June next year. So we have this whole cycle playing out. We're going to break down what you're going to be learning here and how this might affect you, especially in terms of home and family. All right. So we're starting off here with Death, Temperance, 5 of Swords, and the Orphan. So you might be coming into this phase with Jupiter moving into your 4th house with some issues. And it's interesting because it took me so long to set this up, and then I don't know why I just accidentally like almost knocked the camera over. So there might be something there with that, where you've put a lot of time and energy into something, and maybe it's not producing the feelings that you thought it would. With the 5 of Swords and the Orphan, there is this energy of conflict, of feeling maybe separate or misunderstood or feeling alone. There's just some type of energy here where the situation that you're in, let's say that you're living with somebody. This is in your 4th house. Maybe this person and you are not getting along. Maybe there are issues with the relationship, issues with the living situation. Maybe you can't agree on certain things about the household. There's just some energy here of conflict, where it's like really disrupting the peace. The Death and the Temperance is, normally I like Temperance, but with these together, it's like the end of peace. Temperance is patience. It's really being understanding. It's not rushing. It's not, it's like really kind of giving a lot of room and grace and compassion to people. This feels like the opposite of that. With the death of this, it's like something about your life feels like it's a little bit out of balance. And it might feel like, Jupiter moving through the fourth house, it's trying to reestablish peace. It's trying to establish security and this feeling of home and comfortability. But I feel like there are other elements of the fourth house that are getting in the way of that. And what I feel like is it's something probably rooted in your past to some degree, that there's maybe a conflict coming up in a current relationship or dynamic or something around your home that is mirroring events and things that you went through as a child, for example. So let's say you and your partner live together and you're fighting about something about the home. Maybe this reflects on experiences that you had as a kid where your parents would fight about something like that or whatever. So there's this sense of like peace being disrupted and inner turmoil or actual conflict with somebody else. This could be just you, but there's something where it's like, oh, I don't feel safe or patient or balanced. I feel like my life is out of balance. I feel maybe more alone than usual with this orphan card. There's a feeling of isolation, separation, not having something that you need. Maybe you are not feeling like you even know where you want to live, or maybe you want to move somewhere, but you're not sure where. The orphan doesn't have a home or a family. The orphan is displaced. And there's wounding around the origin of where am I from. And so I feel like you're processing a lot of that. You're processing the wounds of your past, of your family of origin. You are processing of maybe you're not feeling at home in this place that you're living. Maybe you want to move. Maybe you don't know where to move. Maybe there's something that feels off with the house that you're living in, or with the people that you're living in, or with other elements that create that feeling of security. And that could be finances, for example, and maybe that's something stressing you out. Maybe you overspent and you're worried about not having enough. There's a sense of like anxiety, strife, fear, not feeling like we would want to feel when Jupiter is in the fourth house. We want to feel secure. We want to feel nurtured. We want to feel surrounded by the right people and things in our environment that make us feel like we can go out and conquer the day and accomplish things out in life and build something substantial that impacts people and be creative and maybe grow a family. It's like creating that root and that security and that foundation that we need to build something that thrives, even if that's another person's life. And I feel like that's not going to happen with your current dynamic. Like something about this has to change. And when Jupiter moves into the fourth, you're going to feel that growth spurt of something's got to change. I have to like improve this area of my life. Something feels off, and you're going to really start to feel and recognize where there are imbalances, and that might cause a little bit more anxiety or frustration, but it also will cause you to know what to like. It will also cause you to act, which is super necessary. Then we come into this middle section. So this is when Jupiter goes retrograde. So this miracles card is really in both sections. I feel like this is trying to tell you that miracles can happen. So even if you feel like in your current environment, like, how am I ever going to get out of this debt? How am I ever going to find a good place to live? How am I ever going to get rid of this, pattern that's with going on with my family, or this, fighting with my relationship? How is this ever going to improve? And this miracles card is saying so much is achievable. Like really, truly, the current version of how things are is likely going to be very, very different in the future. That doesn't mean that you should stay in how things are. It just means that miracles can happen. So that could look like your debt suddenly being paid off because you get a windfall, or you finding the perfect house to move into, or maybe things improve in your relationship, or maybe you break up and the miracle is that you find another person that's better. So there's a sense of your security improving, your home life improving, your relationship with your past improving because of the universe moving miracles for you, creating miracles for you. And I see that also with the Nine of Cups, like something is coming through for you during this Jupiter retrograde period that I think is literally like an answer to a prayer that you have. And I see this Neptune energy. I feel like you guys are going to be very spiritual during this time. And in fact, I think the more that you pray, the more that you speak to God and ask for what it is that you want, the more that you visualize it and feel into what that can look like for you, the more likely you are to attract this miracle to you. We also have, so yes, some wish is going to be fulfilled. We also have this Knight of Swords in reverse. So this card is a little bit like a burnout energy. The Knight of Swords, I see it as like a nervous person, somebody who's like jittery and kind of all over the place. They're kind of like jumpy and like, if you've ever seen Bug's Life, it reminds me of like some of the, like one of the like crazy grasshoppers that like wanted to just like eat the little girl. That's what it feels like. This kind of like a little bit like neurotic type of energy. And so Jupiter retrograde is definitely bringing some miracle, but I also feel like there's a little bit of like neuroticism as well, that can come where you're maybe very restless, you're unfocused, you're scattered, you're impulsive, you're burning yourself out, you're burning the candlestick at both ends, like this kind of manic, jumpy, like that type of energy. I don't know why, but that's a pretty strong vibe I'm getting from this. I also rolled the third house on this dice. So there could be this like excessive rumination, really, really overthinking things, or taking too many actions with not thinking about things enough, and then doing too much. Like you're too busy, you're an overload, right? Like let's say you do get to buy a house, then you're like working full time and you got a relationship and got the house going on. It's like maybe it's just too much at once. So even though it's like a good thing is coming through to appease you, I also feel that you're overstimulated and you're overdoing it. And as a Pisces, that doesn't really match your energy. Gemini does square Pisces. Gemini does tend to have more of this energy that I'm describing of like the neuroticism. Pisces is much more sensitive. It's a lot more soft or slow and very intuitive and flowy and feely. And so I really feel like this overstimulation could be aggressive to your nervous system. So that's a warning, is to like make sure that you have some time to rest or like have some support to help you. Yeah, I feel like that's going to come into the next phase. But yeah, I feel like you're kind of like all over the place a little bit when we get to Jupiter retrograde. I truly do feel that. And with Sagittarius energy, third house, it just feels like there's a lot that you're striving for. There's a lot that interests you. You're moving forward, even though retrograde periods are often about reflection. It's not slowing you down. You guys are busy. You're occupied. Your mind is occupied. And I don't know that that's serving you. I think that is going to kind of lead to some type of burnout. We do have the forgiveness in reverse in the rebirth card. I kind of feel like this is speaking towards the previous situation of whatever you started off with not working out or having conflict or having anxiety. I feel like this area is, again, going to have some kind of rebirth or miracle happen. But I do feel like there might be some resentment or some, like forgiveness. It's hard to come by. It's like I still feel like I'm holding on to something. I still feel like I haven't fully processed it. And I think during this Jupiter retrograde period, you're going to need to process some of those frustrated feelings or resentment or stuff from the past can come back up, or from this period of time can come back up to be processed. And that's how you're going to be reborn, how the situation will truly turn in a new leaf, is because not only will you get some breakthrough in terms of what you want, but you'll, like, if it's the house, like you'll get the house, for example, but then maybe you're still fighting with your partner, and there's still some resentment there, still some unresolved things there, and that can only be transformed or reborn in your dynamic if you are able to forgive. So I think you're going to be processing some of those emotions during this time. Okay, the last phase, when Jupiter goes direct, I really feel like you're coming from this manic energy into something a lot more solid. I really see that with Two of Pentacles, Seven of Swords, the Vow. This feels like somebody who has a lot more like control. They feel like the Two of Pentacles is somebody who, yes, they have a lot going on. Like, I don't think that's suddenly going to stop for you, but there's an ability to prioritize and manage things properly. And it's because you have strategy or shrewdness involved in how you're implementing your days or structuring your days, or how you are approaching how you manage your household, or how you manage your emotions in your personal life. There's a sense of you guys like becoming more astute, becoming more, again, shrewd or wise with how you are going about managing your life. And I think it's helping, and your emotions likely. I think it's helping to kind of like, yes, you can multitask, but there's a little bit more groundedness. There's a little bit more, like a return to stability. I would say, like, if you're manic, it's becoming stabilized. And I still see the pace keeping up, but it's like it's not getting the better of you. Your life isn't a tornado of chaos. It feels like you can still structure and organize it in a way to get everything done without it eating you alive. And I see with this vow card, this has a few different meanings to me. The vow, in many ways, I feel like is this person who has conviction. They're not just saying yes to something, but they are committing to it. They are all in on it. They are giving their word, and they're following through with their word, and they have integrity, and they're reliable and consistent. And I feel like you're coming into that at the end of this Jupiter period, where you not only do you have strategy and a plan for how to manage your life, but you are committed, and your word is your vow, and you will honor that. That's one form of this. I think some of you could get married. The vow is obviously a commitment to someone or something. So that could mean that you, sign a contract to buy a house and start a mortgage, or maybe you sign a marriage license and you are taking a vow with that person. But there's a sense of like, of commitment, essentially. I feel like your life is becoming organized enough for you to commit to something with confidence, and to feel like you can really follow through on it and give it your best shot, give it your all. So that's the general message. I am going to pull one more card for you guys. So go ahead and ask a question now, maybe about the outcome of something, advice, timing, manifestation. Just go ahead and ask your question, and I'm going to pull an angel oracle card. Pause the video if you don't have a question yet and think of one. So what does my Pisces need to hear for their question? What is the answer to Pisces' question? You're ready. If there's something that you asked about that you are feeling a little uncertain about, that you're delaying, that you are kind of wavering back and forth, I'm getting the message is very clear here with the You're Ready card, that there is nothing else to consider. You don't need to develop more skills. You don't need to save more money. You don't need to wait more time. You don't need to be a different kind of person. You are ready now to move forward on the things that are interesting to you, the things that you desire. So don't hold back. Believe in yourself. You're ready to commit to this vow, and you're going to get there by the end of this Jupiter and Gemini. I see you being, again, like all on board in your life here and really committing to something with integrity. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Pisces. If this resonates, I'd love to hear in the comments down below. If you haven't already, go ahead and watch your sun or rising sign. You can find that in the description box down below. You can also find my email subscription list. And if you're not already subscribed, I would definitely recommend it. That way you won't miss any of my forecasts. And I also send additional astrology information there. So it's definitely helpful to stay in touch with me like that. And if you enjoyed this, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe, share with your friends, and have a beautiful day. Bye.